a rocky morning. Also, can I leave this open if I need to come in?
Dukkapata cha nidukkha, bhayapata cha nibbaya, sokapata cha nisoka, hontu sabbe pipanino. Sadhu, sadhu, sadhu. Thank you. Dear friends, now it is time to start our Dharma sermon. My topic is significance of Vesak. You might briefly heard from Brian significance of Vesak, why we celebrate the Vesak day, full moon of May. The Buddha born to this world one of full moon day on May, and he passed away full moon day of May, and he attained enlightenment on full moon day May. In this manner, there are significant things happen. These three significant things happen in full moon day, May full moon day. So, as Buddhist follower, Vesak day is one of important day for us in our life as Buddhist follower. Because in this world, being born as a human beings, we got wonderful lights for our life to make a goal for our life. As you know, around the world, as human beings, we are maintaining similar goals. Whatever the country you live in, whatever the ethnic group you belong, whatever the religions you're practicing, it does not matter. All human beings are maintaining similar goals. What is that goal? To be happy. Around the world, religious leaders, philosophers, and some educated, they were trying to give some ideas for us to have goal for our life. But most of significance advices that given by the scholars, given by the philosophers, are depending on worldly situation. The Buddha found himself nature of this life, reality of this life, and then he advised for us to have a goal to gain our happiness sustainably. We have happiness with us, but that happiness only for short time period. It is very temporary. So the Buddha wanted to give us a path, help us to establish our happiness. So based on these teachings, based on these thoughts, he was delivering 84,000 Dharma sermons to have a goal for our life and establish our happiness. So, dear friends, this is the situation what was there when Buddha was born in this world. They go to many refuge, those who have been struck by fear. They go to the mountains and forests, to parks and trees and shrines. Basically, we ready to call all these rituals and activities. This is the way how they perform their religions. They have they go to many refuge, likewise trees, mountains, parks, shrines. Why? Because they are struck by fear. They have fear. In Anguttara Nikaya Tika Nipata, the Buddha said, why they have fear? Balato bayani uppajjanti no panditato bayanatti. Fear is arising in our mind because of our ignorance. Ignorance is the main reason to have fear. So when you are living with fear, you ready to perform all these rituals. For what? To get protection from superpower, to get protection from unseen being. So the Buddha came to this world not to extend these religious views. The Buddha born to this world to give something for ourselves, particularly to develop human dignity. In here, according to this stanza, you can see what happened to our human dignity. As human beings, in here we don't have any rights to talk about our human abilities. But what Buddha said, the Buddha said, but none of these is a secure refuge. None is the refuge supreme. Not by relying on such a refuge can one be freed from all suffering. We are working for our happiness. We are doing such a things to be happy. Likewise, you can see yourself. When the time was there to go to school, you went to school. You graduated from high school, colleges, and universities, and you were able to find a job, and you were able to marry and having kids. All these goals and buying houses, all these goals you already perhaps you already accomplished, but happiness is not there yet. But we sacrifice our whole life to be happy. We were working for our happiness, but happiness is not there. Why? Because this is the reason we refuge for these rituals, depending on rituals. With mixing with this worldly goals, we are trying to establish our happiness, but that is not the way, that is not the reality, that is not the universal truth. None of these is a secure refuge, none is the refuge supreme. Not by relying on such a refuge can one be freed from all suffering. No one can be free from suffering if you are in this kind of lifestyle, thinking of work to achieve worldly goals. Likewise, as I mentioned, buying house, buying cars, having marriage life, making kids, and going to school, graduating from schools, and having good salary jobs. Those are the things that we should do as human beings to survive ourselves. Those are not should be our goal. Our goal is, the main goal is to end suffering, to finish suffering, to establish happiness forever. To do that, according to following some religious guidance and views, we ready to refuge, as I mentioned before, trees, parks, and shrines, all these things. But that is not good refuge, that is not supreme, that is not secure. Then what we should do, according to the Buddha's explanation, but one who has gone for refuge to the Buddha, Dhamma, and Sangha sees with perfect wisdom the Four Noble Truths. Now, in here, the Buddha gave us a goal for our life, what we should do. Buddha gave these advices practicing himself. applying himself all the methods and experiencing himself. Once the Buddha said, if you are not able to do something, if I am not able to do something, I am not ready to tell it to do. This is the way how Buddha delivered this Dhamma. And Buddha said, I am just a teacher. I can just give instructions for you to practice. Your liberation depending on your practice, not me. Atta Deepa Viharata Bhikkave Atta Sarana Mananya Sarana. You can't gain nothing, just refuge in me, but applying my method, following my guidance, following my direction, footprints, then you can gain wisdom, and through that wisdom you can realize the truth. Realizing truth, you can establish your happiness, you can end your sorrows. But one who has gone for refuge to the Buddha, Dhamma and Sangha sees with perfect wisdom. In here, refuge, going refuge, Buddha, Dhamma and Sangha means I am following the Buddha's path. I am ready to follow the path explained in Dhamma. There were group of people who already apply this method and they already established their happiness. Following them, I am also ready to follow this path, footprint. These are the promises that you made, saying Buddhan Saranang Gacchami, Dhamman Saranang Gacchami, Sanghan Saranang Gacchami. Then this is our vision. Samadhi is here now. Now you have noble eightfold path. Being in this spiritual background, now you're ready to apply noble eightfold path. Vision is there. Sees with perfect wisdom. What does means wisdom? Panya. What does it means? Panya means ability that you can take deeply and widely and quickly. This is the ability. When you are able to see things very clear, deeply and widely, you can see as they are. That's the reality. Seeing that reality, you can realize the Four Noble Truth, which is our goal for our life. Whenever you're able to see that, that is the one and only way that we can establish our happiness. So now you can see the Buddha has become a role model for all living beings. The Buddha has become a role model for our life. Because he already realized this truth and then he gave guidance to apply this method ourselves, to practice ourselves. So we are able to develop our human dignity because of the Buddha. We are not ready to depending on someone else's power. We have opportunity to gain our power, strengthen our power, develop our energy as human beings. So being born in this world as human beings, it is wonderful blessings according to the Buddha's teachings. So this is the way how the Buddha gave us wonderful directions, teachings to uplift our human life. In this human life, very important goals that we should keep all the time to gain wisdom. How we can gain wisdom? This is very important question that we should ask ourselves. How we can gain wisdom? Natti janang apanyasa panya natti ajayato yam hi janancha panyacha save nibbana santike. There is no concentration without wisdom. No wisdom without concentration. One who has both wisdom and concentration, is close to peace and emancipation. So, to gain wisdom, we should work for our concentration, samadhi. No one can talk about wisdom without gaining their concentration. Then, who can gain our concentration? We should work for that. Someone else can't help us to gain our concentration. That is the application that we have to take care ourselves. Dear friends, now in Noble Eightfold Path, in first step, Samadhi, we can use to start our process to gain our concentration. Samadhi is the vision that we should have, right view. Right view, there are two kind of right views, Lokottara and Laukika. Laukika means as a mundanes, we should have Samadhi. What kind of Samadhi is there? The first one, you should have thoughts about your parents. This is my mother. This is my father. You should accept this reality yourself. Accepting your parents, you ready to cut off so many ignorance from you. What kind of ignorance are there? You have thoughts. Generally, we all have that thoughts. I born to this world with the help of some kind of superpower. Someone created me. When you start to believe your mother and father, you can cut off that thoughts from you. My mother, my father were the people who helped me to come to this world. My creator is my mother and father, not someone else. This is the reality. But we are doing we have some different aspect. Even though this reality is here, we are not ready to accept that reality. We are giving credit to someone else. This is the main mistake that we have. So when you have vision, samadhi, first step, you have vision to see the reality. Yes, my mother, my father are the people who created me. You have that idea. This is the way how you can develop your dignity. So this is the way how you can stick with the wholesome thoughts, because reality is in here. Without giving credit to someone else, give that credit to people really help you. People really work for our life. This is wonderful things. This is the way how we should develop our mundane vision to gain supramundane vision, Lokottara. Without being in this mundane vision, how you can gain that supramundane vision, Samadhi, to realize Four Noble Truths? There is no way. Therefore, friends, first we have to give this credit to our parents, and we have to develop our strong relationship with our parents. When we are able to build up that relationship, then we can understand so many things. Other one is karma. We can understand karma, power of karma. And whatever the karma you are accumulating, you have to pay for. You can understand that also through that mundane vision. This is the way how we can gain our happiness, seeing reality, connecting with the reality, we can develop our happiness. So when you able to think about karma, when you have real connection with your parents, and you can use next step of Noble Eightfold Path to develop your concentration. Samma Sankappa, right concepts are there, right views, and then you have wonderful opportunity to develop, to gain right concepts yourself. What kind of concepts are there? Practicing generosity, generous thoughts are there. Nekkhamma Sankappa, Avyapada Sankappa, all these perceptions you can develop through that second steps of Noble Eightfold Path. Why these are very important for our life? Nekkhamma Sankappa, abandoning concept. Abandoning concepts means you are abandoning what? You are abandoning the concept of I, me, myself. This is the worst thoughts, beliefs that we have. Dear friends, when you have strong feelings with your parents, these are the people who help me to have this life, then you can break your that concept that you have I, me, myself. What can I say? The things that belongs to me as me, myself. All my body parts are the creations of my parents. All my body parts belongs to them. With the help of them, I was able to develop these body parts physically. Then what you should have, that you have thoughts, you can develop thoughts to abandon, to practice generosity, let go. Then you have concept, instead of I, me, myself, we concept, we, which is very important to gain, to develop ourselves in this human world. We can find solution for our all matters and all problems, burdens, just developing this concept, instead of I, developing the concept we. You can experience yourself. This is the way how Buddha help us to develop our human dignity. Now you have that generous thoughts in your mind. And when you have that generous thoughts, you can abandon harmful thoughts from your mind. Harmful, hateful thoughts from your mind. Then you have already tamed word and actions with you. Then you can move into next step, sila. Samma vacha, samma kammanta. All these steps are there. Why we should respect all these precepts that Buddha introduced us? This is very important for our concentration. Just think about ourselves. If you break any precepts, how would be the nature of your mind? Your anger is arising there, your doubt is arising there, your fear is arising there. Whenever you break any of precepts, your doubt, fear, and anger, all these unwholesome thoughts are arising there. When you are living with anger, doubt, fear, all these thoughts are not helping to gain our concentration. So, to gain our concentration, what we should do? We should reduce anger. We should reduce doubt and fear from our mind. When you able to reduce anger, fear, and doubt from our mind, which is very helpful to gain our concentration, samadhi. So now you can see how we can gain concentration. Precepts are very important. And you can speed up that development applying meditation. Applying meditation. So only this ability have with human beings. So that's the reason the Buddha emphasized Raya is birth as human being. Hard is the life of morale. Hard is the hearings of the sublime truth. Raya is the appearance of the Buddha. Now you can see these qualities are the qualities that we should develop ourselves. First thing, What is the relationship with human life and precepts? If you are not respect, abstain from evil actions, you can't talk about human being, human life. Perhaps we can born to this world as human being, just the body is human body. But if you don't have humanity, you are not complete human being. To be a complete 100% human being, you should have human body as well as human qualities. This is very important. To gain human qualities, you should have precepts. Without precepts, there is no way to gain human qualities. What are the qualities? What are the human qualities that we have? Compassion, loving kindness, sympathetic joy, equanimity. These are the qualities that we should develop as human beings. So we are take care in all the precepts. We are respecting all the precepts for what? To gain this concentration, and through that concentration we can gain these qualities: metta, karuna, mudita, upekka. Loving kindness, compassion, sympathetic joy, and equanimity. This is the purpose of our life. So whenever we are able to complete eliminated all defilements from your mind, that is the time you can establish your qualities, these qualities in your mind: loving kindness, compassion, sympathetic joy, and equanimity. The Buddha, Pacheka Buddha, Arahanta, all these enlightened beings completely eradicated all defilements from their mind, so they were able to establish their happiness forever. Whatever the reasons happen in their, they are not ready to change their mind. There is no way to change their mind because they don't have any defilements from this, from their mind. So that is the superb human life, human beings. So enlightenment means not something belongs to some other living beings. Enlightenment is the goal for human life. Practicing as a human beings, human being, developing human qualities, eliminating unhumanistic thoughts from your mind, likewise desire, hatred, anger, ignorance, then you can establish that human qualities forever, likewise metta, karuna, mudita, upekka. So now you can see the relationship with Buddha and human life, and generally what Buddha said to us, addressing human world and all other living beings. The Buddha said, this is the wonderful opportunity, being born a human being. That's why it's rare opportunity. And but you have to do, you have to take care your morals, you have to develop your sila, tame in your word and action, develop in your sila, moral, you can gain your concentration. To gain your concentration and to gain your wisdom, particularly, you should hear the sublime truth. Dear friends, truth is truth. There is no second truth. The Buddha said, whether Buddha appear in this world or not, this truth is existing. This truth is the truth which is not changing. This is the nature of sublime truth. So, appearing the Buddha, what he did, he found, he realized the truth himself, and he was able to declare the path benefits for others. So we have wonderful opportunity being born as a human beings in here now. And also we have opportunity to practice sila. We have opportunity to hear the truth, the sublime truth, and also we have opportunity to live in this particular time period, which we call the Buddha's teachings is alive. The Buddha's teaching is alive. So all these benefits are here with us. Therefore, friends, we should use each and all these benefits for ourselves, for what? To give a meaning for our life, to gain our happiness and establish our happiness. We have loving friendliness thoughts. We have compassionate thoughts only for the short time. We don't know what would be next if you are not establish your qualities with development. Therefore, using all these opportunities, being born as a human beings and practicing moral, taming your word and actions, and hearing Dharma, the sublime truth, and using the guidance of the Buddha, these are the benefits, advantages that we have in this very life. Using all these opportunity, we can develop our human life. Then we can use this Buddha's word. Bhikkhus, whether Tathagata appears, do not appears in this world, establishes element of Dhamma. This is fixed law of Dhamma. All condition is impermanent. A Tathagata fully awakened to his understand it, so awaken and thus understanding he announced the point. This is the teachings, the guidance given by the Buddha. The Buddha declared it, establish, expound, explain, and clarify it. This was the duty. Now you can see the difference with other religions leaders and the Buddha. Buddha did not declare, I am the powerful person in this world. I am the person who created this truth. Buddha did not declare. What Buddha said, whether Tathagata appear or do not appear, whether Tathagata appear or do not appear, whether Buddha born to this world or not, it does not matter. It is not regarding the Buddha's life, but this truth is here. Establish element of Dhamma, this fixed law of Dhamma. All that is condition is impermanent. Now you can see the duties of the Buddha. Then Buddha declared, established, expound, explain and clarifies. Spending 45 years as the Buddha, delivering 84,000 Dhamma sermons, he declares, establishes, expounds and explains and clarifies. What? He clarifies the truth. What does it mean? What does it mean? Suffering, not something else. What he clarifies, the Pali word dukkha. Mostly, as we know, most of us, we use that word for dukkha, translating in English as suffering. Dukkha, the word in English we use suffering, I think we have to clarify a little bit more. The nature of this world, none of existing. This is the reality. I am not existing. You are not existing. The things that we have around us are not existing. Then suffering is there, because impermanence, that nature is there, everything is impermanent. So we don't like that impermanent situation. We like to keep things forever with us. We have thoughts to keep these things with us. That is the reasons to arise suffering, unhappiness, lack of happiness is there, unsatisfaction is there. Now you can see what does mean sufferance means unsatisfaction. That is the explanation for suffering, dukkha. So when you are living with that kind of condition, your happiness goes away. No one can do anything for that. Your happiness go away from you. So the Buddha gave us a path to establish ourselves as human beings. Mainly your goal is to establish our happiness. So main thing that against the happiness is suffering, dukkha. So now we have the path how we can get rid this dukkha, suffering. You should work for that. You should gain your concentration. Gain in concentration. Through that concentration, you can gain wisdom. So, gain in concentration and wisdom, you can see the reality. You can realize the Four Noble Truths. Realizing Four Noble Truths, you can establish, you can get rid of all your suffering. You can establish your qualities. Likewise, metta, karuna, mudita, upekka, forever without changing. Why? There is no any negativities to attack that qualities that you already developed. So now you can see as human being what is the importance of Vesak day. Vesak day is the day that we got opportunity to think about ourselves, our life, and develop our humanity and develop our human dignity. Vesak is not just particularly significance day for the Buddhist follower, it is a significance day for all living beings, human, non-humans, devas, brahmas, all the world. This truth the Buddha declared. No one can say this is not the truth. Devenava, Marenava, Brahmanava, Kenechiva Lokasmi. In this world, no one can say this is not the truth. This wheel of Dharma is not the truth. No one can say, because as I mentioned before, whether Buddha appeared this world or not, this Dharma is establishing or already established. So the Buddha found himself and he declared benefits for ourselves, all these teachings that Buddha given us. So friends, I think time is running, so I may not able to get more minutes because I have to give a break for you to before start Banteji's talk. So I'm going to wind up my talk, giving a summary of my talk. Mainly, what is the main reasons to celebrate the Buddha's birthday? Reason is this is the day that we learn how we should live as human beings. What are the goals for our life? What kind of duties and responsibilities that we have in this life? This is the day that we got that vision for our life. So now vision is with us. Now we have to take care of the mission. Vision and mission, these two are full now. So we can work for our happiness. We can work for our own liberation. We don't want to depend on someone else. So courage, develop courage yourself, developing energy yourself, establishing your goals yourself. Let us practice this Dhamma for our own liberation. And we can help this world also guided to establish their happiness. So This moment, I would like to make blessings upon you all by the power of these merits that we accumulated during this time period and practicing metta. By the power of all these merits and metta thoughts, may you all be well, happy, and peaceful. May you all be protected by all the sicknesses and all difficulties, not to shake your mind, to establish as much as you can your happiness and your comfort. Thank you very much.
This one. Okay.
Are you
Ready.
Ready?
I tell it. You ready now? Okay. Okay. Good morning, everybody. You have already heard the introduction, and Bhante Saddaji was Dhamma talk. Now I'm going to give another short Dhamma talk on the my topic is happy is the rising of Buddhas. Happy is the rising of Buddhas. Happy is the teaching of the true Dhamma. Happy is the harmony of the Sangha. Happy is the ardent practice of the practice of those who are in harmony. This itself conveys the central message of this topic. Not everybody can bring happiness to the world. There are more than 7 billion human beings, let alone other beings, living on this earth now. When we pause and ask, do they bring happiness to us? We all were born. With our birth, did we bring happiness? No. We brought suffering. Happy is the true teaching of true Dhamma. In the name of Dhamma, there are all sorts of things going on in the world now. Many people come up with many different things, but most of them, or most of them, do not bring happiness. But the true Dhamma brings happiness. We will speak a little bit about it later on. Since this talk is very short, I'm not going to elaborate it right now. But let us keep in mind that we want to know what true Dhamma is that brings happiness to us. Then, harmony of the Sangha. Sangha means those who follow that truth, invariable, immutable. Everybody can accept the truth. That truth we all have to follow. When we follow all this, when we follow that truth, we fall into the category of Sangha. If there is community of Sangha, if one of them breaks the rules of the community, brings disharmony, in that Sangha there is no happiness. If everybody follows the same principle, living together, then everybody is happy. So the harmony of the Sangha is absolutely necessary to bring happiness. So they must all be ardently, sincerely practice the same principle. That is the noble principle. not any principle, the noble principle that brings true happiness. So one day when Siddhartha Gautama, at the age of 29, he was going to his pleasure garden. When he returned, his distant cousin called Kisa Gautami, seeing him very young, handsome, healthy, strong prince, seeing him, she was so thrilled, so glad. And she said, Nibbuta nuna sa nari, Nibbuta nuna so pita, Nibbuto nuna so pita, Nibbuta nuna sa nari, Nibbuta mata, yes, Nibbuta nuna sa mata, Nibbuta nuna sa, Nibbuto nuna sa pita, Nibbuta nuna sa ne, yasang idisapati. The father who has son like this is happy, peaceful. Mother who has son like this is peaceful and happy. Wife who has a husband like this is peaceful and happy. She said, Siddhartha Gautama thought, immediately he took the lead, took the hint. He thought, yes, I want to make everybody happy. This is a good message, good indication, good hint that she gave me. So he immediately sent her token of appreciation by taking his ring to her. She thought that he was in love with her. However, Siddhartha got different message. He thought, yes, I must bring happiness to my father, to my mother, to my wife, and to the whole world. And therefore, this life does not bring that happiness. The life that I am living does not bring happiness to anybody, real happiness. With this message in his mind, he wanted to find a way. That's called King Satyagavesi. He went Satyagavesi, meaning looking for the truth that brings happiness. Not a truth, but with the definite article, the truth that universally acceptable. So there are two kinds of searches. One, ignoble searches, other is noble searches. Ignoble searches meaning that once a person being alone, he clings to that particular thing to be happy. What does he cling to? That person clings to family, property, status, and recognition. These are the things that person clings to, hoping to bring happiness. But these are all perishable, subject to decay, death, and disappearance. How can that bring happiness? So that is called ignoble search. He want to find a noble search. He went on, he want went on looking for noble search, or he was doing noble search. He was in search of noble truth, which is imperishable, immutable, indisputable, universally acceptable. And then, although he went in search of this, he said, thinking that he went on in search of that truth and said, Buddhohang bodhisami, I will attain full liberation, I will attain awakening, realizing the truth, and I will liberate myself. I will attain that supreme attainment, Buddhahood, and make others attain the Buddhahood. So the Buddhahood is not his prerogative, his exclusive right. Buddhahood is that something anybody can attain. So he made a commitment. I will attain that supreme awakening and teach others how to attain that supreme attainment. And he said, I will liberate myself from suffering to be happy. And after liberating myself from suffering, I teach others to liberate from suffering. This is very beautiful. He wanted to do it first and gain the goal for himself first, and then teach others. That is the Buddha center. Always he said, first you do it and then teach. You cannot be a teacher without knowing the subject. You cannot teach others how to swim if you don't know how to swim. If you should know how to drive to teach others how to drive. That was the Buddha's principle. If you learn how to swim, you know it is possible for others also learn how to swim. If you learn how to drive, you know that others also can drive if they have the same ability, that health as you have. Similarly, Buddha said, I will liberate myself first and teach others how to liberate themselves. In the divine, in the world of divine and human. And then I make an end of my samsaric existence and I teach others how to end their samsaric existence, which is embodiment of suffering. So he went on in search of this truth. His goal, aim, purpose is to find happiness through realization of the truth. Then he gave the various type of kind of happiness that normally people can easily relate to. So he said, during his 45-year service, he said, happy is the life without remorse. That is mundane happiness. Happy is the life without attachment. That is not simple happiness. That is a very profound happiness. Happy is the life without anguish. Happy is the life without suffering. happy is the life of solitude. Happy is the life with insight. Happy is the life of wisdom. Happy is the life of great learning. Happy is to be virtuous. Happy is to be dutiful. Happy is to be noble. Then he said, if we follow the Dharma, that will bring us happiness and joy with clear, pure state of mind. The mind cluttered with all kind of mental impurities is not happy. Then once we gain that kind of happiness, that is sustainable, perpetual, existing happiness. One who drinks, Buddha said, one who drinks in the Dhamma sleeps happily with a clear mind. The sage always delights in the Dhamma taught by the Noble One. Then Buddha is the one who abstained from, who advised us to remember that there was one individual that is born in this world who bring the real, who shows the real way to happiness. Some people are happy by killing, by stealing, telling lies, slanderous talks, gossip, and sensual misconduct, using intoxicants, and insulting others, and even indirectly hurting others. Some people have some kind of happiness. Then some people are happy in games. Sometimes people say that they are happy when they are married. Sometimes people say that they are happy when they are divorced. Some people are happy when they boast or praising themselves and disparaging others. And some are happy when they have good health. Some are happy when they have wealth, when they can share their wealth with others, they are happy. That's called Dharma. Some are happy with free from debt, and some are happy to think that they have earned their living honestly, blamelessly, and enjoying what they have with others. And these are some sort of mundane happiness. Then household pleasure and pleasure of renunciation. These are the two kinds of happiness. Household pleasure is enjoying sensual pleasure, brings certain degree of happiness. But higher degree of happiness we gain by letting go. Enjoying has, it's called adinava, danger. All enjoyments have their danger. What is the danger? That they all are impermanent. That is the danger. It is you cannot stop that. Everything, as you heard earlier, is impermanent. Therefore, all sensual pleasures are impermanent. And therefore, that happiness they gain from sensual pleasures is so ephemeral, temporary. And that is the danger. But letting go has anisansa. Anisansa means benefit. What is the benefit? Bringing ever lasting peace and happiness. And freedom from greed, hatred, delusion, and so forth is the source of happiness. And then there is another kind of happiness. It is called jhana sukha. Jhana sukha. Jhana sukha is jhana is gaining concentration. Once you are in concentrated state of mind, during that time you are happy, peaceful, quiet, and you are happy. And the other kind of happiness, as you all have mentioned, is not even becoming attached even to the jhana. Sometimes when someone attains jhana, that person may attach to that attainment of peace, of jhana. Even that attachment is harmful because it is subject to change. Then there is parama sukha, paramount happiness, ultimate happiness. All other happiness, all other categories, classes of happiness are subject to change. But therefore, Buddha said the highest happiness is the happiness of Nibbana, attaining everlasting peace. Buddha taught us to be happy in a different way. When the Buddha appears in this world, I said he brought happiness. Happiness to his, not only his parents and wives and so forth, he brought happiness to the whole universe, not excluding anybody. Everybody, everyone included, irrespective of their religious affiliations, cultural differences, all other differences don't have any meaning in the face of this everlasting happiness. Just therefore, the entire teachings of the Buddha has one taste, just like the taste in all oceans in the world have one taste, the taste of salt. All the oceans have only one taste, that is the taste of salt. Similarly, entire teachings of the Buddha has only one taste, that is called upasama sukha. Upasama sukha means happiness of peace. Happiness of peace. Friends, it is a wonderful statement. Peace itself is so calming, relaxing, soothing, comforting. Adult happiness, just imagine how great that state is, that particular attainment is, that particular state is. Peace itself is a wonderful attainment. On the top of that, there is a happiness. Therefore, upasama sukha. Upasama means tranquility, peacefulness. Sukha means happiness. Tranquility and happiness both combined together. Therefore, it is called parama sukha. Parama sukha. Parama sukha means ultimate happiness, paramount happiness, no equal. It is unique. Therefore, the Buddha himself is a unique person. Unique because he taught the Dhamma without claiming the ownership of Dhamma. He did not say, this is my Dhamma, this is my truth, this belongs to me, I have the copyright. Buddha did not have copyright to Dhamma because it is universal. Nobody can have copyright of Dhamma because it is open just like air. If anybody in the world has copyright to the air, the sky, peace, happiness? No. It is so open, so liberal, so free, and therefore this is the message Buddha said. Buddha gave the world, human beings, divine beings, listen to this message. Try to make peace and happiness within you without binding, without obligation, without any commitment to anybody. Have peace. And therefore it is called upasama sukha. Upasama sukha is the highest happiness. So, the Buddha said, therefore, yato yato sammasati khandanam udayabhyang labhati priti pamojjang amatang tang vijanatang. Its translation into English is fully knowing the rising and passing of khandas. Khanda means aggregates, form, feeling, perception, thought, and consciousness. These are the aggregates. So, fully knowing the arising and passing of khandas, one attains joy and delight. For those who know this is the deathless. For those who know this is the deathless. What else can we expect to be happy other than deathlessness? Friends, you may say, now we are born, therefore we must die. How can this life become deathless? Friends, that really means is once we die now, that is the end of death, end of birth. Death occurs when birth is there. When somebody passes away, pathologists might say that person died because of such and such a brain damage, heart failure, lungs doesn't operate, kidney failure. And the politician would say, he died because he was poor, cannot afford to have enough food, lodging, medicine. The monk in the temple would say, he died because he broke the fifth precept, the wife would say, he died, he could not breathe. So different people give various different reasons for death. Come to the Buddha and ask, why so and so died? He gave one reason for everybody's death. What is that reason? Because he is born. Because he is born, he dies. And therefore, if we end the birth, then there won't be any death. That is why Buddha said, Buddha Ayamantima Ajati Nattidani Punabhavo. This is the last birth. There is no more birth to die. And therefore, he taught the peace of deathlessness, happiness of deathlessness. And that is what we want to achieve. Since we are born, we die. If we are not born, we won't die. You cannot bring the birth to an end by committing suicide, doing all sort of foolish things. But we can stop birth by stopping the cause of birth. What is the cause of birth? Clinging, craving, desire, ignorance. Once these things are come to an end, birth ends. Then only can we have real, permanent, eternal, unchanging, immutable peace and happiness. That is the Buddha's message, which is not his own personal prerogative. It is not his own personal thing. It is a universal thing, and therefore no copyright. With these friends, I want to end this morning's little talk on this very important day, the day we celebrate Buddha's birthday. Happy birthday to the Buddha. Happy birthday to the world. Happy birthday to everybody. Thank you for listening, and I hope we will keep this message and continue our Dharma practice. Thank you.
Thank you, Bhante. Thank you, Sadhu, Sadhu, Sadhu.
Thank you, Bante.
Thank you, Bhante. Thank you.
Sadhu,
Thank you,
sadhu,
Sadhu,
sadhu.
Sadhu,
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 Bante.
Thank you, Bante.
Very nice, very nice.
Thank you,
Thank you,
Bande.
Bhante.
Beautiful.
Sadhu.
Very
May it
nice.
be long,
Sadhu,
long.
sadhu,
Thank you,
sadhu.
May
Bante.
you are
Sadhu,
Thank you,
blessed.
Sadhu,
Bante.
Sadhu.
Thank you,
you.
May
Bhante.
it
Buddha
be long,
Saranai.
happily, healthily.
Saranai Hamdruni.
Ilavantang, Gunavantang, Punyaketang, Anutrang, Dullabena Mayaladang, Buddha Puttang Namamaha. Sadhu, sadhu.
Now we are going to have the guided meditation. Then අවශ්‍ය නැහැ. දැන් මේ 11 10යි පායි. 10යි පාට guided meditation channel. Okay. Now, friends, it is time for guided meditation. So, I was going to give the guided meditation at the beginning. Now, since I gave the talk, we have very few minutes to meditate. This morning, Bhante Sandha Jiva led the metta meditation, and now we start our regular meditation with the guiding instructions. We sit with this noble thought of peace and happiness, and practice meditation. We sit in an upright, relaxed position with all metta thoughts, all this noble message of happiness and peace in mind. Let us spend these few minutes first to know what we do in meditation. We want to practice the Dharma in meditation. Number one in this practice is understanding what we do. If we misunderstand meditation, we will not gain the expected peace and happiness. And therefore, in the first place, we must understand what should we do to gain peace and happiness. So when we sit, we use very simple, universally acceptable one subject. That is, we all breathe. All living beings breathe. Just like anything, as I said, peace and happiness, breath is even more vital than any material things in the world. It is so vital because it brings life through oxygen. And that is why the Buddha called the breath body conditioner. We use this body conditioner because we first have to live to do anything else. So we use this subject, impartial, universal, neutral, does not belong to anybody, but everybody equally uses it. We use that as a subject of meditation. Focus our mind also has to be pure and clean. At least we have to pay attention to the breath to make mind pure and clean, just like the breath. So in order to make the mind pure and clean like the breath, we have to overcome our greed. To overcome our greed, we cannot become attached to the breath, even the breath. Let it come and go as it normally does. So we just pay very simple attention without words, concepts, ideas. Pay simple, bare, undivided attention to the breath. As we keep paying attention to the breath, we also notice the breath touching the nostrils, reaching our lungs, expanding our lungs, and expanding our lower abdomen. As we breathe out, lower abdomen, the chest contracts, the breath leaves our nostrils. You don't have to think about them, but you just feel the breath reaching, expanding, leaving, contracting. These are also happening the same way every time we breathe in and breathe out. And then we don't try to hold on to it. As the breath comes and goes, let it go. When the next breath comes, let it come. So let the breath come and go. Don't try to become attached to it. That way, the mind, the body, the breath, the mind become relaxed, calm, peaceful. When that state arises, our metta feeling, metta practice has 3 levels as we mentioned: verbal level, thinking level, and feeling level. When the mind, body, breath are calm, in that calm, relaxed state of mind, rigidity, uptightness, anger fades away, metta feeling arises. Metta feeling arising, the mind, body, breath becomes even more relaxed, more calm, more peaceful. In this state, another mental obstacle can arise, that is sleepiness and drowsiness. When everything is calm, relaxed, peaceful, no agitation, no excitement, no greed, that is the state very much conducive to sleepiness. So it is possible for someone who is not mindful to fall asleep. We must avoid that. This is the very precious moment in our all kind of activities. This activity of meditation is the most important and very precious, which we don't find all the time. Once we gain it, we have to use it. In order to gain it, we must arouse our energy. Arouse our energy. When sleepiness arises, we first try to prevent sleepiness, then if in spite of our very good intention to prevent it, sleepiness may arise, then we have to make effort to overcome that sleepiness, arousing our spiritual urgency, thinking that this moment is very rare. We don't want to waste this moment by sleeping. We want to remain alert, awake, mindful. Thinking that way, we overcome our sleepiness and drowsiness. When it is overcome, perhaps our energy may be too much. We may have restlessness and worry, which is due to our incomplete work or incorrect work in the past, or thinking of the future, thinking of some guilty feeling. We may have restlessness and worry. Buddha very wisely advised us, don't think of the past, it is gone. Don't think of the future, it is not come yet. Be in the present moment. Parimukhang sating upattapetva, he repeated, keeping the mind in the present moment. Present moment is the precious moment. And keep the mind in the present moment to avoid restlessness and worry. When all this happens, you may still have some doubt about your own achievement. You may have doubt about the Buddha, the Dharma, and the community of Holy Sangha, or your own morality, or something like that you may doubt. You may doubt that whether you can attain this state or not. Seeing the Buddha is very 100% confident to declare to the world that we can achieve it, we can attain it, we can become Buddhas, Arahants. When he has given this assurance, we have the faith and trust in the Buddha. So the doubt about the Buddha can disappear. Similarly, the Dhamma, by following which Siddhartha Gautama attained Buddhahood, and all enlightened persons attain enlightened state by following the truth, the Dhamma, which brings peace and happiness to everyone. And we follow that without any doubt. So doubt fades away. Having seen that you have been able to overcome your greed, anger, sleepiness, restlessness, you have confidence in your own achievement. So what the Buddha said to us is very true, that we can experience within ourselves. This is the nature of Dhamma, pacchattam veditabba, the personally realizable Dhamma. We realize now, we experience now. Therefore, we also can attain the same status, the same state that other Arahants attain. With this confidence, we have further relaxed, peaceful, happy moment. When the mind is happy, happy state of mind gains concentration. Sukhino chittang samadhyati, Buddha said. Happy mind gains concentration, not unhappy mind. And see, happiness goes all the way up to the attainment of concentration. Then what happens? Concentrated mind sees things as they really are. Samahitang chittang yatabhutam pajanati. Concentrated mind sees things as they really are. What are the things that we want to see as they are? Our body, feeling, perceptions, thought, and consciousness. These are the things. What are the things we see them there? To be sure that we see things as they really are. We don't see form, feeling, perception, thought, and consciousness as they really are without concentration. When we gain concentration, we see them changing incessantly, invariably. Each and every one of them appear, disappear, appear, disappear, just like the breath appears and disappears, appears and disappears, rising, falling. In a minutest way, in the subtlest way, every cell, every molecule, every atom in our body changes. Every moment of our thought changes. Every moment of our consciousness, perception changes. This change exists whether the Buddhas come into existence or not. The changes is taking place all the time. And that is what we see when we gain concentration. Then from that arises wisdom. What is the wisdom? That the mind does not want to hold on to anything because they are changing, appearing and disappearing. Holding on to anything is meaningless, vain, useless effort. We cannot hold on to anything. Even when something is arising and passing away very quickly, how can we hold on to anything? That wisdom arises in our mind, then greed disappears, hatred disappears, ignorance disappears. We can attain a state of enlightenment. With these friends, we spend few more minutes meditating. Dukkha patta nidukkha, bhaya patta nibhaya, soka patta nisoka, ontu sabbe pipanino. By means of this meritorious deed, may I never join with the foolish. May I join always with the wise until the time I attain Nibbana. May the suffering be free from suffering. May the fear-struck be free from fear. May the grieving be free from grief. So too may all beings be, from the highest realm of existence to the lowest. May all beings arisen in these realms, with form and without form, with perception and without perception, be released from all suffering and attain to perfect peace. Excellent, excellent, excellent. Friends, this is the end of my presentation to this morning. Today, to celebrate the Buddha's birth, enlightenment, and passing away, we want to put the Buddha's teaching into practice. The Buddha said, if anybody respect the Buddha, that person must respect the Dharma by following the Dharma. I repeatedly mentioned several times that when the Buddha talked to Venerable Ananda in Mahasunyata Sutta, he asked Venerable Ananda to be friend with the Buddha. Be friendly with the Buddha. In order to be friendly with the Buddha, we must follow his advice. If Buddha don't gain anything by our following the Dhamma, we gain everything. We are the one who liberate. We are the one who experience peace. We are the one who stop suffering. We are the one who end existence in samsara. For our own benefit, out of utmost compassion and wisdom, Buddha advised us to practice Dhamma. So let us do that on this day, on his birthday, in order to be happy and to respect the Buddha. May all beings be well, happy, and peaceful. Thank you, friends, for participating in this, and you continue the practice. Thank you. Bye.
I have no idea what I'm doing. It must be a week. Or just, yeah. Patrick, without pulling the microphone out of this computer, can you get it closer to Mataji?
This Brian fellow, he wants this a little closer to where you're sitting.
Okay.
Without when you settle down.
Friends, today's Dhan is offered by Udavat family. To wish happy birthday to Akiru Udavat, that person's birthday, and share marriage with all these departed relatives of Udavat. They are Udavate Somadasa, Simon Sinyosa Pesili, Wesley Rajapaksa, and to share merit with them. And therefore now we are going to wish them peace, happiness, liberation from samsara. With this metta thought in mind, let us offer the Buddha Puja. Today is a very special day, although the full moon day is few days ahead. We want to celebrate Vesak full moon today to commemorate the Buddha's birth, enlightenment, and passing away. Out of all other things, in order to respect the Buddha, venerate the Buddha, we must follow his Dharma, by following which he himself attained enlightenment. And therefore he assured us, if we follow the Dharma, we too can attain enlightenment. Therefore, his central message is for us to follow the Dhamma, live in accordance with the Dhamma, to liberate ourselves from samsaric suffering. Not only these people who passed away, but all that are living are entitled to attain full liberation and enjoy perfect, everlasting, immutable peace and happiness. With this wish in mind and with metta in mind, let us offer the Buddha Puja. Namo tassa bhagavato arahato samma sambuddhassa. Namo tassa bhagavato arahato samma sambuddhassa. Namo tassa bhagavato arahato sambuddhassa. Nivedayami sambuddham vitaragam mamunim nimantayami sugata puripanya tathagata ganesarapadittena dipena tamadamsina tilokadipam sambuddham pujayami tamonudam gandha sambharayuttena dupena pujaye pujaniyantam pujabhajanamuttamam vannagandha gunopetam etam kusuma santatim pujayami munindassa pujemi buddham kusumena nena punyena etena ca hotu mokkam puppam vilayati yatha idam me kayo tata yati nasabhavam adivasetu no bante bhojanam parikappitam anukampam upadaya patidanatu uttama adivasetu no bante paniyam parikappitam anukampam upadaya patidanatu uttama adivasetu no bante sabbam saddaya pujitam anukampam upadaya patidanatu uttama Akasatta ca bhummatta devanaga mahiddhika punyantang anumoditva cirang rakkhantu sasanam cirang rakkhantu desanam cirang rakkhantu mang parang ittavata jam hehi sambatang punya sampadang sabbe deva anumodantu sabbe bhuta anumodantu sabbe satta anumodantu sabba sampatti siddhya kayena vaca cittena pamadena maya katam Bhuri panya tathagata acchayam kamame dhamma sandittika kalika acchayam kamame sangha supatipanna anuttara sadhu 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 Ready?
Yeah, Bhante.
Okay.
Let me get out my headphones so people can hear me better because they have a little microphone.
And I cannot see myself.
We can say, but if you want to turn your light on, we'll be able to see your face better.
Light is on.
Oh,
What I do?
the little light on your desk?
Yeah.
Is that one on? Okay.
Ah, right. Okay.
Okay, well, welcome back, everyone. We hope that you had a nice lunch break. We sure did. And so let's go ahead and begin the 1 o'clock Q&A session with Bhante Ji. Again, the format for how this will work is you can place your questions in the chat box in the right-hand corner of your Zoom screen. Or if you want me to ask Bhante Ji, or alternatively, you can click the little icon at the bottom of your Zoom screen that says reactions and choose the option that says raise hand. If you do that, then I'll know that you'd like to ask Bhante Ji a question in person, and I will unmute you and call on you when it's your turn. So that's it for now. And so while you all are thinking up your questions, I'll go ahead and start with the one that we have in the chat box. And also you can, if you don't want to share your question with everyone, you can just send it directly to me. I'm the member called Bhavana, I'm the host called Bhavana Society Admin. So, ready, Bhante?
Yeah, I'm ready.
Okay, very good.
Let me open
Dear
the window.
Bhante,
Just a minute.
so,
Just 1 second.
sure, Bhante. And I'm going to come, I'm having trouble hearing you. I'm going to come check the sound.
Okay. Let me have 1 second. I want to open the window to get more light on my face.
Much better, Bhante.
Okay. Yes.
Ready for the first question?
Yeah.
Okay. Dear Bhante, is it okay to want or desire ultimate peace and happiness the ultimate peace and happiness you spoke about this morning?
To decide that?
Yeah, is it okay to have desire for ultimate peace and happiness?
Right, right. Yes, that is a wholesome desire. I think desire has two sides, wholesome desire and unwholesome desire. Unwholesome desire is desire to be desirous, to possess all sort of things that causes suffering, and therefore that is called unwholesome desire. Desire to be desireless is wholesome desire. That does not bring you suffering, that rather ends your suffering. So you think of ending your suffering and have desire. That is, on the other hand, it is called spiritual urgency. And also that if you don't attain that, that also is called nekkamasita dukkha. Nekkamasita dukkha means the suffering that arises for not attaining liberation. You strive, you work hard, you meditate, you think, you discuss, and having done all wholesome things, still you don't see the light at the end of the tunnel, so to say. Then you will have a suffering. I do everything according to the instructions, follow every rule in the book, and still I have not attained it. That time you have pain, suffering. That is a wholesome dukkha. There you have a desire for you to be desireless. In spite of a very ardent, mindful, diligent effort, you still have a desire. And you want to get rid of that desire. And that to desire to get rid of desire is a wholesome desire. Yes, you can have that desire, that kind of desire. Not the desire to possess things, but to desire to give up. Yes?
Thank you, Bhante.
Another question.
Another question. Is right understanding and right thinking the same as the right view and right concepts mentioned by Bhante Sadajiva?
Okay. Right view and right understanding are used synonymously, but I prefer right understanding because right view has it's a kind of opinion. It can be wholesome view or unwholesome view. Understanding also can have right understanding and wrong understanding, but we prefer right understanding. And all, when we use the word view sounds little limited in meaning. Understanding doesn't seem to have any limit. It is very experiential awareness, experience. View doesn't sound like experience. Although Pali word, right, Samma Ditti, when we use as a single, as a word in isolation, Ditti can be wrong view. If we use the word Ditti with another word, if we use as Ditti with another adjective, Sammaditi, then it is right view. And understanding is wider in meaning, and therefore I prefer understanding to view. In Dhammacakkappavattana Sutta, Buddha said, the vision arose in me. Chakkung udapadi, jnanang udapadi, vidya udapadi, panya udapadi, aloka udapadi. All these are used for awakening. Chakku means seeing, jnana means knowledge, jnana udapadi, panya, wisdom, then Chakku udapadi, jnana, vidya means science, the truth, and aloka udapadi, light arose in him. All these refer to perfect understanding. And therefore, I think understanding sounds to me better than view. Yes.
Thank you, Bhante. We have a very good question here. So it says, Dear Bhante, since, I'm going to rephrase it just a bit. Since Buddhism doesn't have belief in a higher being or a God for all of our good fortune, how should we, or where should we direct our gratitude for all that we have in our life?
Right. We are grateful and we have a sense of gratitude towards the truth and towards the one who expounded the truth. And surely we have gratitude and we are grateful to those, particularly those three segments in Buddhism, the Buddha, Dhamma, and Sangha. Sangha means those awakened disciples of the Buddha who they have followed the Dhamma, practiced the Dhamma exactly as it is supposed to practice. And they attain that awakening state and they give us guidance from their examples in their talks, and if they could write, if there is anyone who writes in their writing, they give us guidance, and therefore we are grateful to them. So we are grateful to someone, something that is visible, personally experiential, unaffected by time, and realizable by the wise, and we are grateful to that. Someone that we don't know, it is just our imagination, it is speculative belief, and different people have different view about that being, and then therefore we rather have gratefulness towards something, someone that we can relate. And therefore we have a very high value in gratitude. For instance, even very tiny little thing, that when the Buddha attained enlightenment, soon after the attainment of enlightenment, he was so grateful to the tree that gave him shelter to sit down and meditate. So he was grateful to even to that tree. Now the tree is visible, tangible, you can relate to it, you know it, it is right in front of you, and so forth. So it is of course very crude example, but we always must be gratitude towards something, someone that we can easily relate to. We are not trying to practice gratitude towards something unknown, 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 not knowable. It is, we don't know. And therefore we are grateful to one that we can know. So gratefulness is a good practice. And Buddha said, Katanyo katavedi puggalo dullabo lokasmin. Grateful people are rare in the world, Buddha said. And we want to practice that gratefulness towards someone whom we, or something we can relate. Thing means the Dharma, being means a person, the Buddha, and Sangha. Okay?
Thank you, Bhante. We'll all try to be rare to
Yeah.
practice gratitude.
Yeah.
Okay, the next question is very short. This person would like you to explain Sati Sampajanya.
Sati Sampajanya. Sati is translated into English as mindfulness. Sati also means memory, and Sati is memory, Sati is mindfulness, which means that we see with very clear attention that everything is changing and changing, or rising and falling, rising and falling, rising and falling, everything in the universe. Seeing that as they are is mindfulness. Clear comprehension is divided into 4 categories. The purpose, the domain, then suitability, and non-confusion. Purpose is why we want to practice this mindfulness. That is the purpose. Purpose is divided into 5 steps, 5 layers. First, why we meditate? For the purification of our mind. 1. Second is to overcome sorrow and lamentation. Third is overcome the suffering and distress. Fourth purpose is to put ourselves on the right path. Fifth is attaining full awakening. These are the 5-fold purpose. So, in clear comprehension, this is number 1, the purpose. The domain is the field. It is called Gochara in Pali. Gochara. Go means cows, chara means grazing. The field that cows graze is called Gochara. Similarly, meditators' field is 4 foundations of mindfulness: body, feeling, consciousness, and mind object. These are the 4 foundations of mindfulness. That is the field or domain of meditators. That is, we must understand clearly these 4-fold domains. Then suitability. Suitability is, we must ask, is this suitable for attaining that goal, that purpose, 5-fold purpose? our practice, we must ask, is this practice is suitable for attaining those fivefold purpose? Then non-delusion is we are not confused with regard to the with regard to the purpose, domain, suitability. We must have very clear understanding, clear comprehension of all these three. And altogether, having this clear comprehension is called clear comprehension. So mindfulness is seeing rising and falling of everything. Everything that rises, it falls. Everything is related to interdependent origination. What rises, that falls. What falls, that doesn't rise again. New thing arises and it passes, and so forth. Now this is the difference between mindfulness and clear comprehension. Okay? Another question.
Thank you, Bhante. So let's see. Bhante, the next question is, the Buddha advised us to see anatta or non-self in the 5 aggregates in 20 ways. And then they wrote 5 times 4. Why did Buddha specifically mention the 4 ways? And can Bhante please explain the significance of this, please, and what the 4 ways are?
4 ways, each aggregate you look at in 4 ways. That is, if you remember, it is very easy to remember. In Pali prose, it is very easy for us to say. The form, people think form is identical with the soul or self, or form is separate from soul, or soul is in the form, for form is in the soul. These are the 4 ways. Form is identical with the soul, or form and soul are separate, or form is in the self, or self is in the form. Similarly, you take feeling, perception, thought, and consciousness. Likewise, when you multiply 5 by 4, then you get 20. Multiply 5 by 4, you get 20. Now, when you see form is identical with soul, then Buddha asks, is form is permanent or impermanent? Impermanent. If the soul and form are identical, when form is impermanent, soul also must be impermanent. If form is different from soul, it's the same. If the form is permanent, can the self be permanent? Or when the form is permanent, can the self be impermanent? Answer is no. If the form is in the self, when form is changing, the self also is changing. If soul is in the form, when the form is changing, soul also changes. And therefore, Buddha asked bhikkhus whether the form is permanent or impermanent. They said impermanent, Venerable said. That which is impermanent, subject to change, altering. Is it pain, suffering or not suffering? It is suffering. And therefore, whatever is impermanent, it is suffering. So if the form is impermanent, it is suffering. If the self is in the form and identical with the form, that self also is suffering. And therefore conclusion is that there is no soul or self. Because you cannot find anywhere, anytime, in anything, something that doesn't change. And therefore, if everything is impermanent, you cannot find anything permanent where self can exist. Okay?
Thank you, Bhante.
Another question.
Another question. Dear Bhante, as I was doing walking meditation, I felt hundreds of needles pricking my neck and the top of my back. It happened again a couple of times while I was doing walking meditation. And then it never happened again. Is there an explanation for this?
You cannot find textual explanation, but I can give you common sense explanation. That is, when you do walking meditation, your entire body is in motion. Everything in your body is in motion. Every cell is in motion. Every nerve is in motion. Therefore, sometimes the certain nerves which were not functioning all the time become activated. At that time, you feel the tingling or needle pricking, or your mucus glands activate and they start discharging mucus. Then you feel little needle picking like sensation. These are the two reasons I can come up with to answer your question. Okay?
Thank you, Bhante.
You're welcome.
So the next question came by email. In this morning's Dhamma talk, as Bhante was explaining the paramount happiness as deathlessness, he recited a stanza beginning with Sato Sato Sama Sati. Would you please repeat this in Pali, as I would like to write it down and learn how to recite it?
Very good. I said yato yato, not sato sato. Yato yato sammasati khandanang udayabhyang labhati piti pamojjang amatang tang vijanatang. Let me say it again for the person who wants to write it down. Yato yato sammasati khandanang udayabhyang labhati piti pamojjang amatang tang vijanatang. That is the Pali.
Thank you, Bhante. And the person would also like to know where they can find this in the suttas, if you know that offhand.
I can give you the reference right away. If you give me 1 second.
Take your time, Bhante.
I am referring to the Okay. Dhammapada, stanza 374. Dhammapada.
Could you repeat that, Bhante, and I'll put it in the text box.
Okay. Dhammapada, number 374.
Stanza 374.
Yeah, 3.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you, Bhante.
Okay.
Okay, another good question here for you, Bhante. When emotions overwhelm us, what advice do you have? Do we simply let the emotions sweep over and wait for them to subside? Or is there something else that we can do that would be helpful?
Yes, I like to recommend somebody to pay attention to something universal, impersonal, neutral, doesn't belong to anybody, something that nobody has a copyright. That is our breath, pure and simple. Pay attention to your breath exclusively. Keep paying attention, because notice rising, falling, rising, falling, rising, falling, or inhaling, exhaling, inhaling, exhaling, inhaling, exhaling, inhaling, exhaling. You just pay attention to your breath, just like that. Then you can forget the whole world of emotion. If your mind drifts away from your attention to the breath, if the mind drifts away from the breath, then you will be caught up in the emotion. Don't think of the past, don't think of the future, don't think of person, don't think of incidents, just pay attention to your breath. So simple, so clear, personal, and you will be overcome, you will be able to overcome your emotions. I guarantee you, if you do it, but if you simply listen to me and forget it, I cannot help you. You got to put it into action and see how it works.
Thank you, Bhante. I'm sure that was very encouraging.
Yeah.
Okay. The next question. Bhante explained earlier the meaning of sampajanya. How does this differ from yoniso manasikara? It is said that one needs to have sati and sampajanya and also yoniso manasikara.
That's very good. This person is asking very good questions. Yoniso manasikara has a very special meaning. Yoni is the root, origin, birthplace, birth canal is called yoni in Pali and Sanskrit. Yonijang matta sambhavang. Buddha said, Yonijang matta sambhavang. Also in Dhammapada, in the last chapter, Brahmana Vagga. So yoni means origin, birth canal, root of arising, root of something. So you have to pay attention to the root of something. What is that? Greed can arise. You can pay mindful or yoniso manasikara at that time. You can have yoniso manasikara and see how greed arises and where does it arise. Greed arises in 60 places in our life, every day, 60 places. We have 6 senses, eyes, ears, nose, tongue, body, and mind. In each sense, 10 ways, there are 10 ways of greed arising. If I give you one, first 10, then you can use them for the others also. Eye, form, eye consciousness, eye contact, feeling that arises depending on eye contact, perception, and then what do you call, then thinking, then greed, thinking. Eighth is thinking. Seventh is thinking. Then greed. Greed can arise from greed. Then vitaka. Vitaka means thinking, further thinking. Vichara is deliberate, sustained thinking. These are the 10 places. Similarly with ears, nose, tongue, body, and mind. In these six senses, there are 60 moments that craving can arise. So mindful, the Yoniso Manasikara, when you practice Yoniso Manasikara, when greed arises, you must look at the root or the place, the moment, the cause of greed. Where did it arise? Did it arise through the eye, through the form, through eye consciousness, or through eye contact, or the feeling, or the perception, or thought, or greed, or deliberation, or sustained deliberation? So this is where you need the perfect awareness to identify, to detect the place where the greed arises. That kind of training, that kind of practice called Yoniso Manasikara. You are trying to find the root cause of this is the beauty of the Buddha's teaching. He always wanted us to go to the root, like a doctor. Doctor wants to diagnose a sickness, he has to go to the root and then uproot the root, nip in the bud. Until then, he cannot cure the patient. The Buddha is exactly like that, very practical, realistic doctor. He advised us to practice Yoniso Manasikara in this way.
Thank you, Bhante. Okay, it's let's see, it's 1:37. I think we can get at least one more question. So here's the next question. Can you please explain the significance of paying attention to the sensations, for example, pleasant and unpleasant, while being mindful?
Yes, surely. You can pay attention. The attention, you say you are, while being attention, while being mindful, you can pay attention to your feeling? That is the whole purpose of being mindful. Paying attention to the feeling. To see whether this pleasant feeling, unpleasant feeling, neutral feeling. Whether this feeling is carnal feeling or spiritual feeling. Gehasita Vedana or Nekkamsita Vedana. So, to identify, to recognize the particular kind of feeling, you got to be mindful. You got to pay attention. Without attention, mindfulness, you cannot pay attention. Attention also has two kinds: quality attention, poor quality attention. Quality attention is the attention without greed, hatred, and delusion. Poor quality attention, even animals have. The cat, for instance, must pay attention to the movement of the mouse so that cat can catch the mouse at the right moment. So they have attention. Dogs can have attention to catch its prey if he wants. That also attention. A thief must pay attention to the way how he steals something. That is also kind of attention. Our attention is quality attention, attention without greed, hatred, and delusion. Pure, simple attention. And therefore, when you have feelings, you must pay attention to the feeling to see whether it is full of, it has underlying tendency of greed, underlying tendency of hatred, or underlying tendency of delusion. For instance, when pleasant sensation arises, look at it and see whether pleasant sensation has underlying tendency of greed. If anger arises or disappointment arises, unpleasant sensation arises, then see in this unpleasant sensation has underlying tendency of hatred. So neutral feeling arises. Then look at it to see whether it has underlying tendency of delusion, confusion. So when we pay attention, you can see not only the feeling as such, but also you can see the underlying tendency of these feelings. Therefore, paying attention is absolutely necessary.
Thank you, Bhante.
I think there is another question. Bhante, what is the cessation of precipitation?
I think it's misspelled, Bhante.
Misspelling precipitation and
Maybe-
feelings.
Maybe perception?
Perceptions and feeling, yes.
Maybe.
Yeah, that must be perception and feeling. Cessation, okay. Perception and feelings are the mind conditioner. Mind conditioner. So when you don't have a perception and feelings, mind conditioner ceases. There is no mind, there is nothing to condition the mind. Then mind becomes unconditioned. That is what the Buddha said after attaining enlightenment. Visankaragatan chittam. Visankaragatan chittam. The mind became unconditioned, free from conditions. Free from condition. What are the conditions? Perceptions and feelings. So cessation of perceptions and feeling is the attainment or the state of full awakening or enlightenment. And somebody attained the state called Sanya Vedita Nirodha in Pali. Sanya Vedita, perceptions and feeling. So when that person attains that level, it doesn't have feeling or perceptions. Only those who have attained third level of enlightenment, anagami, and up can attain perceptions and feeling state, cessation of perceptions and feeling, sanya vediti nirodha. The reason why others cannot attain it, because in the attainment of perceptions and feeling, greed must be subsided. Greed must not be there. One who attains anagami level, he doesn't have greed or hatred. Therefore, that person can attain perceptions and feelings. I think there may be another question, the shortest question that can be answered by saying yes or no.
Oh, okay. I have a yes/no question.
Yeah.
Are there different ways one can achieve the Arahant state?
Yes.
Great.
That is good.
Short and sweet.
Short and sweet question, short and sweet answer.
Yeah, right. Thank you, Bhante.
That way we can end today's discussion. And I again want to thank everybody for participating in this today's discussion. Now in 15 minutes, Bhante Bodhi will come online to give his Dhamma talk at 2 o'clock. Okay. Thank you. Bye.
Thank you, Bhante, and thank you everyone for joining us. So please enjoy a 15-minute break, and we'll see you back here at 2 o'clock for a Dhamma talk with Bhikkhu Bodhi on
Okay.
Dhamma is like a lamp.
Bye. Ah.
So good afternoon, Bhante Bodhi. We're
Okay, good
very
afternoon, Neil.
we're very happy to have you here. Please take your time um, and start whenever you like.
Okay, if you are ready, then I will start.
Okay.
Okay, so I thank Bhante Sadajiva for inviting me to join you on this Vesak. And I pay my respects to Bhante Gunaratna, a long-term Kalyana Mitra of mine, if he is on the line right now. So the topic that Bhante Sadajiva gave to me, I didn't choose myself, and I never quite thought of a topic like this, but he gave me the topic, the Dhamma as a lamp. So I had to do a bit of reflection to figure out what does he mean by the Dhamma as a lamp? And so to work out my own way of dealing with this question and actually dealing with this theme. And the theme itself seems to be based on a passage that we often come across in the Nikayas. Whenever we see the Buddha giving a discourse to a group of new inquirers, could be an individual like a Brahmin or a young man comes to the Buddha to ask some questions, or it can be a group of people, and then the Buddha will answer their questions or give a discourse. And then at the end, when the person who has been listening to the Buddha brings the discussion to an end, he gets converted to the Dhamma, and there's a stock passage which is used to indicate his declaration of faith. So he will say, excellent Master Gotama, excellent Master Gotama. Master Gotama has made the Dhamma clear in many ways, as though he were turning upright what had been upside down, revealing what was hidden, showing the correct path to one who is lost, or holding up a lamp in the darkness so those with good eyes can see forms. So applying this simile, we would say that the Dharma is for us the lamp in the darkness, so that we who have the fortune of at least some capacity for understanding, for reflection, for insight, will be able to see forms. So what is the function of a lamp? So I could say maybe the first most basic function of a lamp is to show us exactly where we are now. And it might seem that this is almost something self-evident, self-obvious. Of course, everybody knows where they are now. I'm sitting in a room in a monastery between Carmel and Cold Spring, New York. Some of you are at the Bhavana Society. Others might be, I don't know, any place in North America, other countries. So you think you know where you are. But what the Buddha Dharma does is to show us, give us a wider perspective in understanding where we are now. For one thing, well, let's say that an ordinary person, a person without the light of the Dharma, just assumes that where they happen to be physically situated is the place where they are now. But the Buddha Dharma will show us that it's not so simple, but the Buddha Dharma will show us that we are living in the human realm. And this might seem obvious, of course, we're human beings, but the Buddha, with his all-encompassing omniscient knowledge, knows and sees all the different realms of existence. And so when he says that you are human beings, what he means from his perspective is that we are dwelling on the human plane in a cosmos that consists of multiple planes of existence, most of them invisible to us. So what we can see with our own natural vision are beings of only two of these planes of existence. We can see other human beings and the activities and structures that are typical of the human realm, cities, towns, farms, parks, and so forth. And we can see animals in all of their diversity. But the Buddha teaches that there are many planes of existence beyond the range of our sight. And so the Buddha Dharma gives us, even if we cannot see directly for ourselves, but it provides a lamp that illuminates, at least conceptually, the multiplicity of realms in which we are situated, the realms that in their totality form the multi-layered, multi-tiered cosmos of sentient beings. And so when we take this broad cosmic view, we could see the 5 or even many more realms of existence. Going down at the bottom, the multiplicity of hell realms, then the animal realm, then the realm of the pretas, or the afflicted spirits, then the human realm, and then above the human realm, many heavenly or celestial realms. The heavenly realms of the sense sphere, above the sense sphere, the Brahma realms, the divine realms in the form realm of existence, and above the form realm, the formless realms of existence, the base of infinite space, infinite consciousness, base of nothingness, base of neither perception nor non-perception. So when we use the lamp of the Buddha Dharma to look at our current situation, we see that we are situated in one particular realm, the human realm, amongst these multiple planes of existence, extending far below to the deepest hells and far above to the highest celestial and divine realms. So this is one way in which the Dhamma serves as a lamp. It enables us to understand our situation, our position in relation to the whole vast diversity of sentient beings. I like to compare this. I use a simile sometimes when I'm giving talks to compare to as a way to understand this. If we have a whiteboard in front of me, I will put a little circle in the middle of that whiteboard. And I say, do you see that little circle? And people will say, yes. And then I'll say, how do you understand that circle? And people will be a little confused. And then they'll say, there's just a little black circle on that whiteboard. And I will say, that is like our normal vision, where we just see ourselves as individuals existing in a particular situation under a particular set of circumstances. But I would say to understand that little dark circle, you have to see it against the background of the entire whiteboard. And so to understand our situation as human beings, we have to focus not only on our own immediate situation, our own immediate circumstances, but we have to see ourselves in relation to all of these diverse realms of existence that constitute the Dharma Dhatu, or the cosmos in the Buddhist cosmology. Okay, then we raise the next question. When we see these different realms of existence with all their differences, from realms of great misery and suffering to realms of great bliss peace, and equanimity. And when we see even the vast differences in the human realm between those who are living in relative comfort, affluence, health, with long lifespans and great opportunities for material and social and psychological well-being, and compare that with those who are living in conditions of war, poverty, hunger, political oppression, social discrimination, and so on, we raise the question, why are we here? Why are we living under these circumstances, under these conditions? And if we have the kind of limited perspective that's given to us by maybe by the natural sciences and the social sciences, maybe we can give particular explanations in terms of economics, social, in terms of biology, why we're living as human beings here, in terms of sociology and economics, why we're living under these conditions and those conditions, in terms of political science, why this country has this type of government, that country has a different type of government. But when we use the lamp of the Dharma to understand our situation, then we understand how beings take rebirth in the different realms of existence. First of all, in the different realms of existence, because of their karma. That it is karma, that is our intentional actions, our volitional actions, that determine where we take rebirth. So when we raise the question, why are we human beings? It's because of karma. Why are the deer living on the premises of this monastery? Why are they in the animal realm? It's because of karma, and so on and so forth. And so the Buddha distinguishes using his special knowledge of the types of karma, his knowledge of the great analysis of karma, to distinguish all the different types of karma and the different courses of karma, which lead to the different realms and destinations. So at the most fundamental level, the Buddha distinguishes karma into the two broad categories of unwholesome karma and of wholesome karma. That is, unwholesome volitional activities and wholesome volitional activities. So the unwholesome volitional activities, we have sort of the paradigm case is that of the 10 types of unwholesome karma: killing, stealing, sexual misconduct, false speech, divisive speech, angry speech, idle chatter or gossip, then thoughts of craving, thoughts of ill will, and wrong views. So the unwholesome karma, when it takes over the rebirth process, then through its own inherent nature, it drives the stream of consciousness to lower forms of rebirth. So the reason beings are reborn in the realm of misery, in the hells, the animal realm, the realm of tormented spirits, is because of unwholesome karma. And even that unwholesome karma, there is distinctions in the power, the force, the nature of those unwholesome karmas, which will determine which particular realm of misery they will lead to, that will determine the different types of afflictions and suffering the beings will undergo in those realms. And then on the opposite side, we have the wholesome karma. So the wholesome karma is, again, we have the paradigm of the 10 types of wholesome karma: abstaining from killing, from stealing, from sexual misconduct, abstaining from false speech, from divisive speech, from angry speech, from gossip, developing a mind of generosity, a mind of kindness, and holding to right view. So those are the types of conduct, the types of intentional karmic activity that generate wholesome karma, that generate merit. And when those karmas take over the rebirth process, then they steer the stream of consciousness to rebirth in the desirable realms of existence, back into the human realm with 1 degree of wholesome karma, with still higher or purer types of wholesome karma. They might move the stream of consciousness into the sensual heavenly realms, or if one develops the jhanic attainments, it will move the stream of consciousness to the form realm, the rupa dhatu, the Brahma world. And if one develops and masters the arupa jhanas, the formless meditations, it'll move the stream of consciousness to rebirth in the formless realms, the 4 formless realms of existence. So when we look at our present state of existence as human beings, using the light of the Dharma to illuminate the causes, the reasons that brought us here, then we can see that we have become human beings because of some wholesome karma, even if we don't know what that karma is. We can still have the trust, the confidence that whoever is reborn as a human being, even if reborn under difficult circumstances, it has come about because of some wholesome karma. And we should also understand that the wholesome karma that leads to rebirth in the human realm is replete with many wholesome potentials. The general nature of human beings can be very malicious, very corrupt, full of sort of overrun by defilements, by selfishness, by violent tendencies. But deep within the human mind are the wholesome or beautiful potentials that brought us into this realm. So when we see people who might have very bad characters, who might be worthy, we think should be despised and treated with contempt, we should realize that beneath that corrupt, filthy surface, there are beautiful layers of beautiful potentials that if they meet with the right conditions, those potentials can be brought to the surface, ripen, and blossom into beautiful characters. Okay, when we use the light of the Dharma to investigate into the human realm, to inquire what are the reasons for the differences in the fortunes of human beings. Again, the Buddha's teaching on karma tells us that the reasons why human beings have different fortunes, why they're distinguished between the fortunate and the unfortunate, those living in good circumstances and difficult circumstances. Again, that represents the ripening of karma. What generates the human rebirth is inevitably some wholesome karma, but once rebirth in the human realm has taken place, unwholesome karmas can gain the opportunity to ripen. And so one engages in acts of killing, stealing, sexual misconduct, damaging others through lies and slander and so forth, injuring people physically through violent action, being miserly and selfish, being contemptuous and disrespectful. When those actions get the chance to ripen in the course of a human life, they bring obstacles, hindrances, injuries, sickness, poverty, failure in one's undertakings, and various obstacles to fulfillment in life. And when we practice acts of generosity, devotion to the good, helpfulness to others, kindness, putting compassion into action, those actions generate wholesome karma, which when they get the chance to ripen in the course of a human life, they bring happiness, well-being, and good fortune. They lead to a long lifespan, good health, a fair degree of economic security, educational opportunities, success in one's professional life, a happy family life, a secure living conditions, and so on. And so with the lamp of the Buddha's teaching on karma, we could understand why beings are reborn in different states of existence and why human beings experience such differences in their fortune, even when they share a common human destiny. Okay, then the natural yearning of the human being is to improve their conditions. And of course, we want to improve ourselves materially, and for that we have to make an effort or an endeavor. But the Buddha's teaching is not so much concerned with achieving material prosperity and security, but improving ourselves spiritually by improving ourselves morally. And so for that, again, we need the lamp of the Dharma. We use the lamp of the Dharma. And what the Buddha teaches is that the way to improve ourselves morally and spiritually depends on cultivating our mind. And so the Buddha uses the lamp of the Dharma to direct it towards the human mind. And then he analyzes the human mind, classifies the operation of the human mind into many different types. He illuminates the multiplicity, the diversity of mental states. And so usually we just live our ordinary lives without the lamp of the Buddha Dharma. In a sense, we're living in darkness. States of mind arise, impulses, desires, and usually we just flow with them and act upon them. So that's why the Buddha says that usually we are flowing anusota. We are moving along with the stream. Desires rise up, and the first thing we think of, how do I fulfill these desires? And then sometimes other unwholesome states arise, states of anger, hatred, displeasure. And then we think, how can I respond with anger to the object, to the person that's causing me anger? And in that way, we just act impulsively, stimulated by desirable stimulation. We act to grasp and acquire the things we want, stimulated by unpleasant or disagreeable stimuli. We either try to remove them and obliterate them, or we try to flee from them. So we're just caught in this kind of roller coaster or merry-go-round of pursuing what is desirable, fleeing or obliterating what is undesirable. But the Buddha teaches us to reflect back upon our minds and to see into the mind and to understand the factors of the mind. And the Buddha distinguishes these factors again into the two classes of the unwholesome and the wholesome factors. So in the unwholesome side, and usually he begins with the unwholesome, he will take as the roots of the unwholesome, he takes greed, hatred, and delusion. So those he shows are the most basic, the most fundamental unwholesome states. But each of those unwholesome mental states in turn gives rise to a variety of branches that are connected either with individual unwholesome roots, or with some, say, collaboration or symbiosis between them. So on the side of greed, we have, according to the Abhidhammic way of analysis, we have conceit, wrong views, pride, arrogance, covetousness, a variety of unwholesome mental states connected with greed, mental states connected with aversion or with hatred, like jealousy and envy and miserliness, and mental states connected with delusion, like dullness, drowsiness, laziness, negligence. And so using the light of the Dharma, we illuminate our own minds to try to understand whenever these unwholesome states arise, to be able to identify those unwholesome states, to apply first mindfulness to see what is the state that's arisen, and then sampajanya, clear comprehension, to be able to identify the unwholesome mental state, to be able to pinpoint it and label it. And in this way, we use the light of the Dharma to illuminate even the dark side of the mind. Because it's only if we can illuminate the dark side of the mind that we're able to understand what are the deep motives of our conduct and what are the factors that have to be overcome, eliminated, and transformed. And to transform them, we also have to understand the bright side of the mind, the good qualities of the mind, the bright potentials of the mind. So these are usually expressed in the Pali Suttas as the negation of the unwholesome roots, the three beautiful roots as non-greed, non-hatred, non-delusion. But these can be expressed more positively as, instead of non-greed, generosity, helpfulness, caring for others, being able to relinquish our own wealth and belongings to benefit others. Instead of non-hatred, loving kindness and compassion, the wish for the well-being and happiness of others, the wish to alleviate the suffering of others. And for non-delusion, we have wisdom, understanding, and insight. And out of these three beautiful or wholesome roots, again, there are numerous branches. So we have such qualities as faith, mindfulness, clear comprehension, concentration, altruistic joy, equanimity, and on and on. Okay, so when these good potentials arise in the mind, we use the light of the Dharma to recognize them, to acknowledge them, not for the purpose of congratulating ourselves and building up our ego, but to see that we do have these qualities, we do have these potentials, that we shouldn't just condemn ourselves and think that we are helpless because of the bad qualities, but we see our good qualities and we recognize the need to strengthen them, to reinforce them, to make them more and more powerful, brighter and brighter, until they can overcome the dark, unwholesome side of the mind. And when we use the light of the Dharma to investigate the workings of our mind, what we can see, and if we pay very close attention, is that when the unwholesome qualities arise, they're usually accompanied by some degree of, call it dis-ease of mind, discomfort of mind, some kind of heavy feeling in the mind, displeasure, discomfort, a kind of underlying undertone of pain or dissatisfaction. So that even if we're acting on our greed and obtaining the objects that we want, we get a kind of superficial charge of pleasure from fulfilling our desire. But underlying that is this tone of restlessness, which can turn into a anxiety connected with the grasping of the objects of desire. On the other hand, when we give rise to the wholesome qualities of the mind, we can see, again, by paying close attention, that they're accompanied by an ease of mind, some sense of calmness, some degree of brightness or tranquility, of little charge of happiness. And if we reflect on them over and over, they can give rise to joy. And that joy can become stronger and stronger, even to turn into a deep, uplifting delight. So this is why the Buddha includes among the 6 anusati, the 6 reflections or contemplations, he includes reflection on generosity, chaganusati, the recollecting one's own generosity, and silanusati, recollecting one's good conduct, one's following of the precepts. Because when one turns back and reflects on one's practice of generosity, on one's faithfulness to the precepts, this brings that upsurge of joy, delight, or happiness. And when we recognize this, this encourages us to remove the unwholesome and to cultivate, to develop, to strengthen, and eventually to fulfill the wholesome. And when we are fulfilling the wholesome, then we are creating the karmic conditions in this life that have the tendency to lead to a fortunate or happy rebirth in future existences and to good fortune within our future existences. So we use the light of the Dharma to understand our own minds, and by understanding our own minds, to understand how to improve our existential situation from this life to the next life and onward through the future. But now we're going to use the light of the Dharma to investigate more deeply our present existential condition and to examine very broadly and very comprehensively what is the nature of sentient existence. And when we use the light of the Dharma to look deeply into human existence and even all states of existence, what we find, according to the Buddha's teaching, is that all states of existence are accompanied to some degree or in some way with a particular quality that we call dukkha, which we translate in a rather perfunctory way as suffering, but really a word that really has a deeper meaning of a kind of basic unsatisfactoriness, a defective nature, an unsatisfactory nature, that all conditions of existence are in some way inadequate, unable to fulfill our deepest yearning for an invulnerable, unshakable peace, happiness, and freedom. And so even if we just cast our eyes out on the present world situation using the light of Dharma, maybe we ourselves are living in a state of relative security. We have a nice neighborhood, a nice home. We can go to the supermarket. We can buy whatever food we want. We maybe have health insurance. We have a nice family, a good retinue of friends. If you use Facebook, maybe you have thousands of Facebook friends. But look deeply into the condition of the world. Let's leave aside our own situation. We see throughout the world, we have over the past year, the COVID pandemic taking in the United States, what is it, something now, about 670,000 lives. In India is utterly devastated by COVID. Other countries troubled by COVID. We consider also the amount, even in this country, the United States, what I understand is that 40% of the population living either below the poverty line or just above the poverty line. Thousands of people without, probably 40,000, 50,000 people without any health care coverage. I think 48,000 people living in perpetual food insecurity in this country. But looking out upon the world, millions of people, I think it's like 800 million people suffering chronic hunger and malnutrition, probably 1 billion people above that subsisting on substandard diets. Then there's war and conflict taking place in one country or another. And even in countries that are relatively stable, there's always conflict and tension, this political party against this political party, this group against that group, ethnic tensions, racial tensions, religious tensions. So we could see all of these within the framework, within the scope of the Buddha's teaching of dukkha. But then when we look more deeply, we see that we are always grasping at some base of security within ourselves, but unable to find it. That our very life is from the time of birth, we grow up, reach maturity, and then we are sliding ever closer into old age, and then we meet various illnesses. And even if we enjoy good health through old age, inevitably we come up against the great big barrier of death and passing on to rebirth elsewhere. And according to the Buddha's teaching, this process of birth, aging, and death has been going on through beginningless time. We ourselves, with our limited vision, we see only this life, but the Buddha's omniscient vision sees the whole beginningless process of samsara through world cycle after world cycle after world cycle. And as we ourselves have been moving from life to life, the Buddha says, weeping tears more numerous than the water in the oceans. And so with the light of the Buddha's Dharma, we see the true mark of existence, the mark of dukkha, or universal suffering. Then using the light of the Dharma, again, we try to understand where does the suffering originate from. And the Buddha shows us with the light of the Dharma, the cycle or the sequence of dependent origination, the 12 links of dependent origination, which form the underlying dynamic or dynamo behind the cycle of repeated birth and death. And what drives that dynamo, according to the Buddha, is craving. The craving for sensual enjoyment, the craving for power and position, the craving for ever new existence. And underlying that craving, the Buddha shows the most deepest root is avidya, ignorance, not understanding things as they really are. And so then the Buddha, again, using the light of the Dharma, he shows us where we should go if we want to find true happiness and peace, true freedom, unshakable freedom. And this is a little bit, I remember when I was living in Sri Lanka in the early 1970s. In those days, we didn't have electric light in the places where I was living. And we would use a lantern with kerosene lamp that used kerosene as its fuel. And so if we want to go from our own kuti or cottage to the main hall, say in the evening for the evening tea, we have to light the lantern. And we use the lantern to see our way to the main hall. And when we reach a certain point on the path, we hold up the lantern, and then we could see the hall, our destination. And so this is, we use the lamp of the Dharma to see our destination. And and that is what the Buddha calls nibbana or nirvana, the state beyond the cycle of birth and death, the state of quiescent peace, the state of unshakable freedom, the state where there's no more birth, old age, sickness, and death, the unconditioned, unborn, unproduced state. So even though we can't see that with our own eyes, but we use the light of the Dharma at least to entertain it conceptually as the goal of our practice, the place where we can be free even from the prospects of rebirth in the heavenly realms, not to speak of the lower realms. And then we use the light of the Dharma to see the path along which we have to walk in order to reach our destination. And that path, of course, is the Noble Eightfold Path, which I'm not going to explain in detail now. There are two books on that which can be recommended. One is by Bhante Gunaratna called 8 Mindful Steps to Happiness, and the other is by yours truly called The Noble Eightfold Path. But what I just want to highlight is the things to be understood as we practice the Noble Eightfold Path. Of course, we divide the Noble Eightfold Path usually into the 3 phases or stages of sila, that is good conduct, ethical conduct, samadhi, concentration, collecting the mind through mindfulness and effort, bringing it together, unifying the mind, and then directing the mind to understand things with wisdom. And so it's the light of the Dharma, the lamp of the Dharma, that shows us what we have to understand with wisdom. And here, one of those other expressions that come in that frequent passage of the sutras becomes relevant. It said that the Buddha, Master Gotama, has shown us the Dhamma as if he were turning upright what was upside down. And what is upside down is our way of perceiving things, thinking about things, and formulating our understanding of things. These are called the vipalasas, the distortions or inversions, which start off at the level of perception and then build from perception to thought and from thought to views. And so we have the instinctive disposition to see things, to understand things as being stable or permanent, being lasting in some way, as being secure. Then we see things, think about them, understand them as being able to yield some kind of enduring happiness, some kind as being able to bring some kind of true, deep fulfillment. And at the deepest level, we grasp upon things, especially we grasp upon our own personalities as harboring, as rooted in some kind of substantial self, a stable basis of personal identity, an entity that sees, hears, feels, thinks, and so on. And we think that this is myself, this is my identity, this is what I truly am. So what the Buddha does, holding up the lamp of the Dharma, he reveals the true characteristics of all conditioned phenomena. First, he says, sabbe sankhara dukkha. All conditioned things are impermanent. Whatever arises passes away. And when we see deeply into impermanence, then he says, the mind turns away from what is impermanent and moves in the direction of true freedom, true wisdom, true liberation. Then the Buddha, again, holding up the lamp of Dharma, he shows that all conditioned things are dukkha, unsatisfactory. If we look into the nature of our experience, even the occasions when we obtain the desires, the objects of desire, when we look deeply, we see that everything conditioned is unsatisfactory, in some way defective, that obtaining the things that we want never brings true fulfillment. When we get what we want, we enjoy it for a short time, but then desire arises again. We become dissatisfied with what we have, and we want something else. So it's the nature of the mind always to be restless and dissatisfied, because no conditioned things can fully satisfy the mind. So we have to see all conditioned things, even the loftiest pleasures of the highest realms of existence, to be dukkha, pervaded by this unsatisfactory nature. Then we turn away from all conditioned things and move in the direction of true happiness and peace, the unshakable happiness of liberation. And then in the deepest way, the Buddha holds up the lamp of Dharma to ourselves and says, look at yourself and try to find yourself. And when we look at ourselves using the lamp of Dharma, what do we find? Well, we find what we call the 5 aggregates. We find material form, the bodily form, a multiplicity of cells, molecules, atoms, subatomic particles that we identify as my body. We find feelings always arising and passing, pleasant feelings, painful feelings, neutral feelings, feelings arisen through each of the 6 senses, but these feelings always changing. A pleasant feeling arises, it appears to endure, then it passes, then there might be a neutral feeling, then there's a painful feeling, then a pleasant feeling. So the feelings always changing, so they are not ourself. Then there's perception, always changing. We're seeing a form, hearing a sound, smelling odors, tasting, and so on, thinking thoughts, formulating ideas. All of these acts of perception, always changing, vanishing, disappearing. The volitional activities by which we undertake our projects, make our mark in the world, become a true man, building up even Bill Gates, building up the empire of Microsoft, Steve Jobs, the empire of Apple computers and the Apple products. What are some of the others? So all of these military empires and so on, business enterprises, political campaigns, political careers, all of those spring from volitional activities. And those volitional activities, again, always arising and passing and changing. Not mine, not I, not myself. And then we look at the deepest level to what we call at the deepest level, what we take to be myself is the knowing itself or consciousness. But when we look deeply into consciousness, we find that consciousness too, seen with the lamp of the Dharma, divides into the 6 types of consciousness. Consciousness through the eye, ear, nose, tongue, physical body, and thinking consciousness. And those acts of consciousness too are conditioned, impermanent, and unstable. So they're not mine, not I, not myself. So in this way, we see all the factors of existence that we take to be myself are truly not mine, not I, not myself. And with this, using the light of Dharma, we're able to let go of our attachment to all conditioned things and to realize that unshakable peace of liberation. And so when the Buddha arises in the world, takes birth on, we say, the full moon of the month of Vesak, when he attains enlightenment, again on another full moon of Vesak, and spends 45 years teaching in the world, it's for the purpose of holding up that lamp of Dharma so that we can understand our human situation in relation to the vast cosmos of sentient beings, so that we can understand the workings of the law of karma and understand the types of karma, volitional activities that we have to cultivate to ensure ourselves of avoiding misery in the future and obtaining good fortune in the future. He shows us, uses the lamp of Dharma so we could understand the workings of our own minds, so we could remove the unwholesome and cultivate the wholesome. And then he uses the lamp of Dharma to show us the Four Noble Truths, which serves as our map or guideposts to liberation. So when we pay homage to the Buddha on the occasion of Vesak, let us all use the lamp of Dharma to fulfill, to pursue and accomplish the aim of his teaching. Okay, thank you all for listening. And let me just recite the verse for sharing the merits. Akasata Chabumata Deva Nagamahidika Punyantang Anumoditva Chirang Rakantu Sasanang. Akasata Chabumata Deva Nagamahidika Punyantang Anumoditva Chirang Rakantu Desanang. Akasata Chabumata Deva Nagamahidika Punyantang Anumoditva Chirang Rakantu Mang Parang. And let me also extend my wishes for the long life and good health of Bhante Gunaratna and all the other residents of the Bhavana, the residents and supporters of the Bhavana Society.
Thank you very much, Most Venerable Bhikkhu Bodhi. I think today we are very fortunate to have Venerable Bhikkhu Bodhi with Bhante Ji especially. Today, I think Venerable Bhikkhu Bodhi is giving us a wonderful, wonderful Dhamma talks for us, for our community, particularly Bhavana supporters, Bhavana followers. And I think, as he mentioned, Dhamma as a lamp. The lamp is there now, following his guidance. You should light it now. Now it is time to light yourself. Now you recognize since morning to this moment, there are so many guidance and teachings of the Buddha in different ways from different teachers. I think almost time to start our next items with our next speaker, but I would like to give 5 minutes break, and after 5 minutes break we can start our next items. Next item is Views Beyond Perception by Professor Chintaka Hetitantri. Chintaka Hetitantri is one of our Bhavana supporter and also a very good friend of us. And he had been discussing Dhamma with us in so many times when he comes to Bhavana. So his views are different from us because we learn Buddhism traditionally going into Pirivanas and from our teachers. But Professor Chintaka, he's a mathematician. He teach mathematics and he has different kind of angles through quantum science and relativities. Mixing all these things, you can get a chance to listen to him and to see the Dhamma in different angles. So this is also kind of a great opportunity. So I would like to invite Professor Chintaka Hetitantri to start his presentation talks.
First, I want to pay homage to Most Venerable Bhante Ji and all the Venerable monks and my dear friends. Bhante already introduced me, so but my non-Sri Lankan friends call me Chin. Easy for everyone, rather than calling Chintaka. Okay, so today, first of all, I want to thank Bhante Saddhajiva for putting faith on me, which I don't have to deliver this talk, to be honest. I'm too small being when it comes to Dhamma. I mean, also, I feel little intimidated to talk after two giants in the world of Buddhism, Bhante Ji and Bhikkhu Bodhi. But I will try my best to deliver this at my best ability. I try my best. All right. So first, I am going to share my screen with you because I created this. This is obviously a lot of math and science, but don't worry. I will try to make it so even a fifth grader can understand. That is my intention. Okay, that's what I try to do, to make it understandable to anybody. Now, again, as Bhikkhu Bodhi said, I did not pick this topic. This topic was picked by our most venerable Bhante Saddha Jiva. Okay, but I'm going to follow it strictly. Okay, so this is my intention to talk. What is Dhamma? And is there any absolute reality out there? And we will look into this, we will check this, we will examine this, investigate this in different perspectives, okay? That's what we are going to do for next 1 hour or so. Now, first of all, I mean, if you listen to Bhante Ji and Bhante, I mean, our Bhikkhu Bodhi, they brilliantly explained what Buddhism is, but I will start from the mundane way. This is how we look at the time as average human beings. We all have a past, present, and future. This is how we look into things, okay? And most of the human beings, including science, you have to admit it, believe that the world was created by a supreme being or supreme power or by Big Bang. Okay, I'm going to consider everything in the same side. And then the world is going, I mean, we are following this world. I mean, the world is actually going on, and one day this world will be destroyed. Again, so the religious believers call it doomsday, and science believe it too. And then we all think we are living right now. For example, we all are listening to it. I mean, you are listening to me, and I was listening to the Bhantes. Now, how this is different from Buddhist view? My friends, Buddhism is completely the opposite. I mean, if you follow this timeline, we are missing the point. I don't have to explain much because Bhikkhu Bodhi explained it brilliantly. Buddhism is all about right now. It is laser focused on this present moment. Okay. Now think about any other religion, with all due respect to those religions. They either talk about past or future, how this was created or how it was from and how we are created or what is going to happen in future. By doing that, they miss the point, which is the present moment. Okay, that is probably the difference between Buddhism and any other view in this universe, probably. I would put even the universe. Because that's the nature of any mind. We are focusing on past and future. We are missing the present moment. Now, make no mistake, Buddhism doesn't even discuss present moment. It is Paccuppanna. We will discuss it later. Okay, Paccuppanna means dependent origination, dependently co-originated. So even this present moment is like an illusion based on Buddhism. That's what we are going to discuss. All right. So, is there any absolute reality? And this is the Buddhist, obviously not the modern Buddhist, with all due respect again to the modern Buddhists. Okay, this is the Pali Canon or Tripitaka, ancient Buddhist view. So Buddhism has been. Let me add one more thing before I forget this, everyone. If you consider any other religion, the religions have been changed with the advancement of science. But whenever Buddhism has, somebody has to try Buddhism, it has not been refined, it has been distorted. If you want to understand the real Buddhism, you need to read or refer Buddha's words, ancient Buddhism. So whenever somebody changes it, they screwed up. Okay, so we are going to discuss, our discussion will be based on Pali Tripitaka or Pali Canon, because that's where the pure Buddhism is, where it is. Okay, now, I heard Bhante mention Dhamma. What is Dhamma? Okay, Dhamma is nothing but the reality as it is. Now, I was trying to explain this. I don't have to, thanks to our Bhante Bhikkhu Bodhi. He explained what Sabbe Dhamma Anicca, Sabbe Dhamma Sankara, Sabbe Dhamma Dukkha. Okay, so I don't know, he read my mind, but he explained it brilliantly. So I will just skip it. So we know what it is. The reality is anicca, dukkha, anatta, what we call trilakkana or three signs of existence. Now I added this right here, not to intimidate anybody. Panyavantasayan Dhammo Nayan Dhammo Duppanyasa. My friends, Buddhism is very difficult to comprehend. Even Buddha was a little hesitant at the beginning after he attained the Buddhahood to deliver the Dhamma. Why? This Dhamma is for wise ones, not for the fools who are ignorant. This is Buddha's own words in Anuruddha Sutta. Okay, these are actually Anuruddha Vitakka Sutta. Now, until we see this, we are just like this. You know who I'm pointing to. Okay, so we all are like that. Okay, let's try to analyze what this world is. Remember, we think we are living on a world, right? The reality. Now, Buddha asked this question from the monks. He asked bhikkhus, what is all? You see, no one tried to answer Buddha's questions, and they always let Buddha talk. And then Buddha explained simply the eye and forms, ear and sounds, nose and odors, tongue and taste, body and tactile sensations, mind and mental objects. Monks, this is called all. Now, what is this all? What you call the universe. Nothing else, nothing less than that. Okay, this universe is our five senses. Now, Buddha delivered this different ways. Sometimes he called it Loka Sutta. Loka is those six senses. There are few suttas, it's no more than few, which explain this way. And he further said, Buddha further said that repudiating this all, if somebody say, I know something more than this, six senses, Buddha said, monks, that is complete, obviously in our words, complete garbage, trash talk, because it is beyond someone's reach. Because if someone think or say, you know something, anything beyond your six senses, that is completely fabricated. It is not real. And why it is the case? Now, actually, as a professor, I always ask this question from my students. Sometimes I don't teach Buddhism to them, but when I ask a mathematician, sometimes I teach them a little bit of reality too. I ask them, do you know anything which you did not collect any information, either via your eyes, ears, nose, taste, or body feeling, or by thinking about it? My friends, we think we understand this world. Do you know that we humans have not explored more than 65% of our own earth? We have no damn idea, I'm sorry to use that word, about this own world. We know more about our obviously known universe than our world. If someone thinks you understand the world, obviously it's kind of daydreaming. It's not real. Okay, now let's move one more step further. Look at this. I want you to see a little further than that. This is obviously very modern science, almost based on quantum theory as well. Now, if you consider the universe, 59% of the universe is made of dark energy. 26% of this universe is made of dark matter. That is, when combined, 95% of this universe, okay, is unknown to us. Then how much we know? I have put 5%, it is less than 5%. Everything we know as it is, okay, including those like gamma rays, X-rays type of things, is part of this 5%. So when we have no idea, now one more thing, this 5% could very well be the statistical error. That's exactly what I'm going to prove to you pretty soon. Okay, now I put a little picture next to it. That's a night sky. Okay, if you look at the night sky, I don't think in our area, in the DC area, this sky is light polluted. If you are living in West Virginia or rural area, you can see very beautiful night sky. You see a lot of dark spots. Do you know that all dark spots you see are completely filled with stars and other matters? We don't even know. Now, plus, now I bet you are thinking of the night sky. Look your surrounding right now. My friends, we are part of the universe. We are part of the universe. if you can see and comprehend 5% of the universe, do you think you are seeing your surrounding right now as it is? Let me give you a simple example. There is Wi-Fi running around you right now. That's how probably you are connected to me. Do you see Wi-Fi? Do you see all the clouds, iClouds, Apple clouds, those kind of clouds around you? You can see probably. We are living in that generation, we can understand it more than the people who lived before us. Okay, so don't think what we see is what real. Okay, so now hopefully you understand that even our surrounding is a creation of our own mind, or our own senses. Now, out of these senses, about 30% of the information coming via our eyes. Okay, 30%, so more than that. Okay, let's move on. Now, I'm not going to explain too much of this, obviously, because we all know this very well. But what I'm going to prove to you that this is wrong. This is a classical science, Newtonian science, what we call traditional science. I'm not going to explain because to save my time. We know how we see things. That's how we learn, right? When you see an object, when you capture an object, it comes to via the lens. It falls into the retina, the sensitive area. It transfers to your brain via the optic nerve. Then you identify the picture. And I want to add two things though. Whatever you see is upside down. Your brain has a capacity, your mind, obviously, brain, I will use the brain temporarily, capacity to make it right. Plus, it takes about 30 milliseconds. It's very fast. This process is very fast. Okay. Now, do we see the reality? The question is, who see the reality? This is obviously, I put this picture because we all have this experience. When you wear polarized sunglasses, obviously we see things clearly, right? So which view is right? What you see from your naked eyes or what you see from the polarized glasses? Can you say? Usually we tend to believe our own eyes. You can see when you have polarized glasses, you see things clearly. Plus, this is different color blindnesses. Okay, people with different capacities, with different abilities of the eye see things differently. Now, let me add one more thing, which I usually tell to my students again. Let's look at this color red. How do you know whether the red color you see is the same red color I see? And how do you know this is red? When you are very small, like a toddler, your mom or dad showed this color to you and he or she told you, my son or my daughter, this is red. From that day, when you see this color, you call it red. But make no mistake, we all have human eyes, certain capacities. We may see something similar, but don't think we see the same color. That is not true, okay? Again, because we don't know. It's not complete, actually Buddha mentioned about this too. They don't think these are my words in some sense. All right, then, now why we have this situation? Why don't we see everything? That is actually very important to understand in scientific perspective. This is the electromagnetic spectrum, okay? Now, you may think that this is a small spectrum. My friends, this n is 10 to the negative 5 nanometers. Nano is 1 divided by 1 billion. So if you divide 1 by 1 and 14 zeros, that's where this is. This is a kilometer. 10 to the third is kilometer. So this is very long. On this very long electromagnetic spectrum, we see a tiny bit of it, what we call the visible light or visible spectrum. See even the distance or length of this is in nanometers. So if somebody thinks you can see the world just being capable of seeing these 7 colors, what do you think now? Is that smart way of handling things? Think about it. No, we have probably some of the weakest eye formations in the universe, probably, we humans. What we have is our brain, okay, compared to some other animals. That's where we are advanced. And we are high, we have very high ego as human beings. We think we are superior to anybody. No, that's absolutely correct. We'll show you. Look at this. These are view of the same colors under different spectrum, different areas of the spectrum. That's visible light, what you and me see on both. Okay, that's a little bit here and orchid. This is what we see under UV light without any kind of simulations or any, just a picture taken. And this is how the bee and bees and butterflies see. Obviously, you see three different colors and obviously you see the same shape. That's the perception, but color and everything else is changed, right? The question is, who see the reality? Is bee see the reality or you see the reality? Have you ever thought about it? Let me make you a little more kind of, let me probably feel you bad. Look at these, my friends. These pictures were taken under UV, glowing UV light. Actually, I want to say this is a real picture. Okay, under UV, red is not visible. That's the UV color. This is a real flower. Same here, real flower, UV, real and UV. But the ones around this, the middle area, we go back, these are under UV lights. Now, do you think we are lucky to have these human eyes? Now, I bet I don't have any wonder why butterflies and bees love flowers. Okay, if we have these kind of view of eyes, we would have been stick to those flowers too, right? It's almost divine. So that is the view under UV light. Again, the question, which is real? To see the reality. All right. Now, forget about everything. I bet some of you think, okay, at least, yes, I can see what I cannot see. At least I see what I see, right? You think what you see is real. The question is too fast. You are still wrong. You are still wrong. What you see is not even what real. You want the proof? Look at this picture. How many colors you see? I bet you see two colors, right? Gray and white. You know what I want to do? Pick your fingers. I mean, if you're far away or if you're close by, just cover this area. Just cover this area and see what happens. What you see now, both are same color. Do you see that? Okay, if you don't have capacity to do that, don't worry, I made it for you. Let me remove this thing. Okay, look at this one. When you block this area, you begin to see that this is the same color, gray. My friends, I told you so now. Can you still identify both as gray? See how poor our vision is and how poor we are as human beings. No, you still can do this. Okay, you know the reason? Your mind, or let's call it brain for the moment, your brain does not allow you to do that. Why? Because of your past experience. The trick is right here. This area is dark, this area is pure white, right? This is the illusion. Because of this, that's our past experience. We think there is a shadow here, it blocks. So the reality is the same color, but you don't see it. That's what we call shadow illusion. Now look at this one. This is what we call perspective illusion. You see two tables, one set vertically, other one is horizontally. Which one looks longer? And at the same time, you see three gentlemen here. Which gentleman look taller? Obviously, the one way back, right? And this obviously looks longer. This table looks longer than that. But if I tell you that these two gentlemen are exactly the same height and this is exactly the same table, just rotated 90 degrees, will you agree with me? Will you believe me? Let me prove to you. Look at this. That's the same size. If you want, you can measure the other side too. Even this one, look at the difference between here and here. That is the same width. That's what we call perspective illusion. Okay, here's our eyes deceives us. On top of that, plus, let me add one more observation to this. Look at this very carefully. This side looks longer than this side, right? Just like this gentleman is taller than this gentleman. And the question is why this happens and how do you see this? What is this? What's the reason for this? Now, let me go one more step backward and show you something. Even if I said so, can you still believe that this is the same table? I told you it's the same. No, you still can do it. Now, I hope if my friends from today on, you will not believe your eyes, at least. So that's a good thing. Now, why we have this issue? Because of this, our previous experience. We know that whenever you drive, whenever you look further the object, it looks very small, right? You have this experience probably throughout your life. When you drive, you always know, you don't see a road at the end. But have you ever wondered or confused about it? No, you know that when you drive closer, you see the same road. That is how our brain is trained. So our brain thinks whatever is supposed to be furthest is supposed to be smaller. Okay, that's the process. Again, it's not, I'm using the wrong word. It's not the brain, it's our mind. Mind is the master. Because I hope everyone follow Buddhism. Okay, that's an average mindset, mundane mind view, brain thing. Buddhism is much advanced than brain discussions. Okay, that is the reason for this confusion. Okay, now look at this. Actually, I think I will have to go a little faster. Now, there are a lot more interesting things coming in future. Okay, look at this one. I hope you see dark brown color and very bright yellow color. If I told you that that's the same brown, will you believe that's the same brown color? I'm going to look at this. Okay. Not only that, now look at this. Some of you may be seeing that these are gray, right? That is not gray. That is yellow. I'm going to move on, okay? So don't think these colors as you see. It is as if you see, especially these two. It is not. So now, can you say what you see is real? Now, I'm going to start. I'm going to run this video from here because I'm going to show you one more interesting thing. Okay. Now, this is what I want you to do. When this gentleman, that he's a neuroscientist, very famous gentleman, a scientist, when he starts spinning this little frame, you start blinking your eyes very fast. Okay, keep blinking your eyes. Okay, and see what happens. I'm going to run this. Okay, let me start the sound. So you can hear it. Okay.
And what I'm going to do is I'm going to hold it here and I'm going to spin it. And for all of you, you'll see it probably spinning this direction. Now I want you to keep looking at it, move your eyes around, blink, maybe close one eye, and suddenly it'll flip and start spinning the opposite direction. Yes? Raise your hand if you got that. Yes? Keep blinking. Every time you blink, it'll switch. Right? So I can ask you, which direction is it rotating? How do you know? Your brain doesn't know because both are equally likely. So depending on where it looks, it flips between the two possibilities.
All right. So
notice you see a...
Now, go back. Okay. So what did you learn from it? That's what matters here. Okay. My friends, we think what we see is actually what we see, right? But based on this, you see, when you start blinking, okay, the picture, stand by it, like when you start blinking, okay, the rotation changes. Notice it. Whenever you, okay, you see something else. So what happened? What really happened there? Why you see that way? That's a $1 million question. Because our brain cannot identify even the direction or what we see. So, okay, so it considers a probability. That is the word I want you to remember, probability. Okay, what your brain understands is a probability. All right, so let me go on. Now look at this one. This is another important one. Okay, what we call time illusion. It's a very famous one. And please pay attention to this guy too. He's a very famous, hopefully, I hope some of you love him. I love him too. Dr. Tyson, okay, what he said about what we see. Okay, but this is the important one. I'm going to run this completely for reason, okay? Now, I want you to pay attention, pause it for a minute, okay? Please focus on this X in the middle, okay? Then see what happens. You should see a green circle rotating. Do you see that? If you are very focused, if you have 100% focused, not only you are going to see a blinking green circle, you will realize that all the purple circles simply disappears. It disappears. You start seeing only a green circle. Okay, what is happening? Now, this is obviously available online. Most of the people who interpret this says it happened because one of the purple circles is blinking. That is not the case. Okay, if you dig deeper, you will see that what really happens is these are different frames. Look at this. These are different frames. There is no even blinking purple circle here. Okay, and because of the speed, it happened because of speed, time. That's what we call time illusion. Time is the biggest culprit. Again, time is a concept based on Buddhism. We will get there. Because of very fast moving, we not only seeing blinking circles, okay, you start seeing a green circle. That green circle is the phase 7. Actually, it appears here. Wherever a circle is missing, you see a green circle. Okay, eventually, because of the speed, all the purple circles disappear. You start seeing just the green circle. Now, Buddha mentioned this as a metaphor. Again, guys, you don't need to look at science. Buddha mentioned all of these 2,600 years ago. Okay, I know sometimes I saw when I read things online, some people try to say Buddhism was changed based on science. That is complete trash talk. If you check pure Tripitaka Dharma, Pali Canon, you saw those things written thousands of years ago before science. So Buddhism doesn't need science help at all, period. Okay, so why this happened? Now I want to add one more thing to this. My friends, this is exactly how we feel the feeling of selfness. Remember Bhante Ji and Bhante Bhikkhu Bodhi mentioned about the self, the anatta, atta, right? This is exactly how we feel yourself too, because of the speed of your mind. Okay, just like you see this green circle. Okay, I'm going to move on because of the time. Now, my friends, please pay attention to this. This is how we see at the quantum level. To be honest, I don't understand much quantum. If someone says they understand, they are lying. Quantum theory is obviously ridiculously difficult. Plus, okay, plus it is obviously there is no way of connecting quantum theory to the other sciences. But if you dig deeper into Buddhism, I bet you, I challenge you, there is an answer to even this. Now, let me go to the link directly so I can show you the direct link. Okay, so stand by. Now, first of all, I hope you can see my screen and I hope you can hear. If not, please, Brian, please let me know. Okay, I'm going to run this. Give me 1 second.
And that's where we're headed next.
Everyone, please pay attention, okay?
We are made of atoms. The bizarre quantum universe is inside us, tugged on by undiscovered moons, performing its impossible magic on every level of life and experience. What is this? A smattering of stars or something else? We are sending an image made of light to your eyes. It's arriving at your retina at this very moment. The cells in your retina are changing chemically right now because we are stimulating some of them with photons. Your retina stores these changes for a fraction of a second. Now, it's erasing them in readiness for the next barrage of photons. Your retina doesn't detect all of them. It can't. It picks up on only a small percentage of photons that come your way. It's impossible to predict which particular cell in your retina will catch a photon, even when it comes to something as vital as our vision. All we have is our probabilities. Now, we're shooting many more photons at you, more like 500,000. What are you looking at? The surface of some planet orbiting another star? We need still more of those photons to know for sure. Say a couple of million or more. Only when we send all of those photons your way, tens of millions of them, does reality begin to take shape. Over time, probabilities become likelihoods, and eventually, likelihoods become certainties. But is there really any such thing as certainty? If everything, even our own vision, is governed by probabilities, can there be any absolute reality?
All right. So I hope it kind of made you a little more interested, but I bet some of you feel it's ridiculous, right? What you saw. But do you know this matches with the dependent origination? So let me stand by. I think I have to share my screen again. All right. So do you know this matches dependent origination? And why I said that? My friends, give me 1 second. Okay, so okay. No, it's better. Give me 1 second. Okay, so I have some issue with. Okay, I see it now. Now, this is what we see, right? If you go to your kitchen this evening, if you order a pizza, whenever you go there, this is what you see. Now, I don't have to prove you much because I already proved you step by step that what you see is not what real. This is way beyond our comprehension. I think beyond our pay grade as average human beings, lay people. At least I think probably like Bhante Ji and the most venerable monks understand this better than us. So what happens here? How do you, this is where quantum theory clashes with all other sciences, especially relativity. Remember, there was a big debate between Einstein and Niels Bohr. These are the two giants in science world about the situation. Okay, Einstein even did not want to, I'm going to prove it to you. Einstein accepted that what we see is an illusion, but he could not understand what the quantum theory said, because quantum theory is about subatomic level, relativity is about what we see, right? The macro level. Okay. Now, this is what you think you see, but this is what we really see. Now, make no mistake, you may be thinking that everything comes from outside, because that's the way this gentleman, this is obviously the program Cosmos on Disney, okay, done by National Geographic. You can watch it. Very interesting. This is, I think, episode 9, if I'm right. Okay. So this gentleman say everything comes from out. He said he's shooting. No, nobody's shooting this to us. It is done by our mind. Now, what does this mean? Let me go to the next one.
We are made.
Okay. So this is how Buddhism explains things. Okay. This is called Sansara Vatta, Nama Rupa Vijnana cycle. Nama Rupa means mentality and materiality. Vijnana means consciousness. Again, I'm not going to describe this because Bhante Ji and Bhikkhu Bodhi did a brilliant job. I don't think I can ever match them, to be honest. Okay, but I am going to talk about the science side of this. Now, this Sansara Vatta or this Nama Rupa Vijnana cycle, okay, is what is based on. Again, this might sound like Abhidhamma. I have to admit that, everyone. To be honest, I was not an enthusiastic fan of Abhidhamma for a very long time. To be honest, I did not even care about it. I have to admit it. But when I realized the quantum theory, I understood quantum theory thanks to Buddhism, okay, not because of science. Because when somebody tries to understand quantum theory without Buddhism, it sounds ridiculous. Okay, but when you dig deeper into Buddhism, you see the end of the tunnel, sunset. Now, speed of mind is what we call Chittakshana or Dhamma in Buddhism. Okay, and how do you understand what this Chittakshana means? I mean, there are certain parts in Abhidhamma, as I heard, but to be honest, I have not read Abhidhamma much. But I read Milinda Panya. Milinda Panya means the Milinda Panha or questions of Milinda. This is a true situation happened about 500 years after Buddha's Parinibbana, okay, between Arhat Nagasena and Indo-Greek king Menander the First. This king was born in Alexandria. Anyway, so in this discussion, it's a very long and interesting book. I underestimated that text for a while. Okay, this Arhat Nagasena explained the speed of mind using a metaphor. He make it to Chittakshana to uncountable number of grains in a very large pot. Think about tiny little grains like rice grains on a big pot. That is how much Chittakshana happens in every moment. Moment means like a second. In other words, this is how the quantum mechanics explain it. That's what we call the energy cycle or photon cycle. That's what we call Planck time. Planck time, which is 10 to the power negative 43 seconds. If you divide the second by 10 and 43 zeros, that's how fast this happens. That's what we call Chittakshana. And why I think this is this energy cycle matches our consciousness for this cycle, because even Buddha mentioned about this a few times. Okay, for an example, we know if you are doing kind of a reasonable amount of meditation, right? After a while, you start seeing white light. I bet most of you might have experienced that, the white light. And also, I mean, our Bhikkhu Bodhi mentioned about higher realms or higher worlds, like deities, devas, like Brahma. Okay, they don't use, they are living under in our solar system too. According to Buddhism, there are 31 levels. They are at the highest levels. They don't use the light of the sun. They use their own light, their own body, emit light. And also there is a story about Anathapindika. When he heard about the Buddha is born, he could not even sleep. He got so mindful and he started seeing light, it's called alokasanya, light signals. Okay, so he thought it is the daytime. He started walking. He went to see Buddha at night. He was not even Sotapanna, the extreme emperor at that time. And also Buddha mentioned this Pavassara Midang Bhikkave Chittam. Okay, I'm not going to explain the Pali part. It's called luminous monks is the mind, and it is defiled by incoming defilements. Yes, we ruin our mind. Other than that, it is very luminous. Okay, now let me go back and explain this very briefly. I don't think most people will understand, but I think it is important for some people. My friends, this is obviously my thinking. I mean, there are people who are better than me to understand this, like Bhante Ji here. Okay, so this is obviously the photon level, what we saw. Okay, now you can see it kind of getting more crowded here because obviously this is science, my friends. Okay, science think everything stick there. But remember, when it comes to Buddhism, everything is based on our mind. Okay, it ceases and arises and ceases, right? Arises, ceases. Upado panyayati, vayo panyayati. In Pali, it appears and disappears. That's the way of mind works. And itasa anyatattam panyayati, it changes to something else. Okay, now don't think it stick like that until you see the pizza. This appears, this frame appears and disappears. And then comes this, then comes this. Okay, these are different photon packets, okay, captured by your mind, not your brain. Make no mistake, brain has nothing to do with this level. Okay, your brain is kind of a toy, soft toy when it comes to this. Your mind, the powerful one, the magician. Okay, and records. So this is the Nama Rupa Vijnana cycle of that subtle level, Dhamma level. Okay, now make no mistake, it doesn't take 5 minutes to do that. It takes a couple of nanoseconds. I showed you the speed of our mind, 10 to the power negative 43 seconds is if you divide a second by 1 and 43 zeros. Can you even imagine it? That's how fast this happened. Now, don't think only these pictures come to your mind. Whenever one is detected, next your mind comes and records it. It's a process. It's a cycle. Namarupacha Vinyana, Vinyanapacha Namarupa. What we call Vinyana Namarupa cycle. Materiality and mentality and consciousness cycle. I hope most of you are familiar with dependent origination. Okay, the cycle. Paticcasamuppada. Okay, anyway, so while this happened, that is what we eventually see as the picture. Now, one more thing before I move on. Now, I hope even quantum theory and scientists explain this as what? As a probability. Your eye cannot capture every photon come to your way. It is certain probability. How is this probability explained in Buddhism? I think Buddhism has a better explanation than probability. What is it? Kamma eye. What we call your eye is Nayam Bhikkave Kayo Tumhakam Napi Anye Sam Purana Vidam Bhikkave Kamma. Your body is all 6 senses, is what we call Purana Kamma. Purana Kamma is your, I don't know, I'm sorry to say that, I'm not very familiar with English words, Buddhist English words, okay? Purana Kamma means previous Kamma. Okay, you have human eye, it has a certain capacity, okay? You capture the information based on that capacity, that's all. My friends, we have the answer to that illusion too, which we discussed so far. Why we see an illusion? It is all your eye can capture, not the reality. And don't think it comes from out there. There is nothing out there. Yes, what there out there is what we call 4 elements, Mahabhuta. Okay, so this is the information we get via our mind. Okay, let me move on. We have a lot of things to discuss. Now, let me explain this. I'm not going to spend too much time on this. This is obviously electromagnetic field. Electromagnetic field is what we call the light field or photon. Okay. Electromagnetic field or photon doesn't need any medium. It can last forever if conditions are correct. Now, this has the same properties of our Nama-Rupa Vijnana cycle. Nama-Rupa means material and mentality. Vijnana means consciousness. This is the Vijnana, consciousness. That is the Nama-Rupa, that's the magnetic field and electric field. They are, when the Nama-Rupa arises, Vijnana ceases. When Vijnana arises, Nama-Rupa ceases. You know that. As far as you are in the spell of ignorance and training, samsara follows, right? It is just like this. Again, I don't want to even go there because of the time. And now, let's move on. Now, I mentioned about the eye. How about the other senses? Actually, other senses are poorer, worse than eye. Same scenario apply for other senses too. Okay. Now, I'm going to go a little faster now because of time. Now, this don't trust my words. These are famous scientists. See what he said about the real world. He said reality is merely an illusion, but he believed it is a persistent one, albeit, although it's a persistent one. Okay? He thought it's an illusion, but it is there, out there. That's how quantum relativity is described. Now, this is the other giant, Niels Bohr, father of quantum theory, okay, quantum theory scientist. He said everything we call real is made of things that cannot be regarded as real. That's what I showed you, quantum level. He said, look at this, quantum mechanics hasn't, if quantum mechanics hasn't shocked you, you have not understood it. That's true. Now, let's get to this real point. What Buddha said. I don't care, to be honest, guys, science is not capable of understanding or explaining this. This is Buddha's words. It's the Dvaitanupassana Sutta. Anattani attamani passalokam sadevakam nivittang nama rupasmi idam satchati manyati yena yenehi manyati tatotam hochi anyata. Entrenched in materiality and mentality, nama rupa, they conceive, the people, Buddha said, look at the world with devas, all the worlds, everybody in the universe. They are conceiving not self to be self. They call anatta as atta. They think there is a self. Okay, encouraged by Nama Rupa, they conceive that it is true. In whatever terms they conceive it, so whatever you conceive, it turns into something else. It changes. Okay, so changing is it's deceptive by the nature. It's changing is the reality. Nothing is permanent. Okay, now this is one more. Actually, I want to explain this one too because of this delusion thing. Because some people I saw online, that's why I put this one too. I saw some people have written that Buddhism was changed for illusion. The idea of illusion came to Buddhism because of science. My friends, that is complete trash talk, garbage, trash. Why? You see, 26,000 years old, 2,600 years old. This is the Udena Sutta, one of the Udana in Pali Tripitaka. Nobody changed Tripitaka. Okay, the world in bondage to delusion is looked on as being beautiful and it appears as real. The fool, bound to his elusive acquisition surrounded by darkness, assumes it as eternal, it as real. But there is nothing to hold to the person who sees it. If you see this reality, you don't have anything to hold into. What is you have hold into that quantum level? Think about it. There's nothing. What you see is that quantum level photon. But what you see, what you think you see is a pizza. You see where illusion happens. So if you are going behind the mirage and illusion as a pizza, right? What is the end outcome? Suffering. So this is Buddha's own words. Okay, so we don't need scientist explanations because Buddha said everything very clearly. Now, if you pause a tiny bit right here, think about everything you have experienced in past, including what you experienced since the beginning of this talk. I bet most of you at least now start thinking, yes, it's an illusion, right? How about everything you heard and experienced during this discussion, this talk? Do you know that it's an illusion too? I bet I'm probably spinning a couple of heads right now, minds right now. Yes, it is an illusion too. Now, this is what we are going to explain next. How this illusion happened. Can I prove what you see so far, what you heard from your very own eyes is an illusion? Yes, it is. Okay. Now, this is probably little higher level mathematics, but I will try to make it simple as I told you, but I hope you will stay with me. Okay, we'll see. Now, my friends, this is the view from different dimensions. This is actually highly mathematical. Okay, don't worry, I will try to make it very simple so everyone can understand. If you don't understand it much math, okay. So we all have learned number line in your school time, right? I bet you have learned number line, like, you know, you put 0 here, +1, -1, and so on, right? You learned from your elementary school teacher or middle school teacher explained this to you long time ago. Then we locate the points, right? That's what we call number line. Now, most people learn, and this is what we call the Cartesian plane, x-axis and y-axis. You all have learned this in school, but I bet most of you had no idea what you were doing. You just drew diagrams and pictures and curves, right? That's all you did. But do you know that what you try to understood is the reality? And what it is? What is it? The number line is what we call the first dimension. Okay? If there is a being in this world, this person can only see points. This person cannot see anything other than points. Why? If you draw a line, if you have a line, only shape you can draw on a line is a point, right? That's all you can do. Only thing you can draw on a line is a point. The point has no size or shape. That's what we call zero dimension. Okay, so one-dimensional view is zero dimension, one dimension less. Now, this is the view. I'm going to the next one now. In two-dimensional view, that's what the scientific community call them flatlanders. It's hypothetical. No one can live in this world. So, hypothetics. Okay, this world is called flatlanders because everything in this world, if there is a word like that, is flat. It's just a plane. Think about a paper, just like this. If you show it like that, okay, the surface. That's what you call paper, okay, so to this surface. In this world, everything has only length and width because it doesn't have height. Think about a piece of paper. it doesn't have any height, right? It has only length and width. So everything is based on length and width. So everything in this world is a 2D world, is flat. And these people can move just forward, backwards, and to the two sides. But there is no up and down. Plus, in this world, everything they see, I mean, one more thing, don't think this gentleman or lady can see this rectangle as we see. We are living in a different dimension. We are here. We are outside. We are here, outside. So we can see this as it is. But this person can only see a side of it. This person sees this side. And this person sees just the diameter, okay? Just two lines. That's what this is. Everything in 2D world is 1D. 1D is single dimension, one dimensionless, just like 1D is 0, 2D is 1. One dimensional being sees 0 dimensions, two-dimensional being sees 1 dimension. For an example, look at these two shapes. We see a square and a circle, right? But this being cannot see circle or square. What this person see is two lines, just like that. But does this person see a difference? Absolutely. Remember, we saw the shadow illusion. This person see a shadow illusion too. Look at the shadow. Based on different shadows, this person can think these are different shapes. Okay, so I'm going to leave it there, not to make anybody confused. Okay, now this is the 3D world. 3D world is our world. My friends, we are living in a 3D world. What 3D is? It has the length, width, and height. Okay, so remember previously we saw X and Y axis. We see one more axis. 3 dimension is 3 lines, real lines. Now, just like 2D world, so 1 dimension, right? In mathematics and science, 3D world can see only 2D. If you are living in the 3-dimensional world, you can never ever see 3-dimensional shapes. What you see is 2D. What is 2D means? Frames, pictures. That's all you can see. I bet you don't even trust me right now. You think, then how the heck I am seeing everything outside of me? I understand what you think, okay? But that is again your mind, my friends, not your eyes. I'm talking about what you can view, okay? What your eyes can capture, capable of capturing is 2D, 2-dimensional. Then how do you see 3D? It happened because of so many gimmicks done by your mind, the vinyana, the magician, okay? It's called stereo vision. Remember, we have two eyes. The two eyes capture two-dimensional frames, then it overlaps. It creates a stereo vision, light and shade, and so many other things. But the most importantly, the time. Time is the most important of all here. Remember that lilac chaser, the purple circles created that green light, green circle, the same thing. Now, how Buddha explain this phenomenon? Again, it belongs to science and mathematics, as most modern science and mathematicians think these. Most modern scientists and mathematicians think these belong to them. Again, they are absolutely wrong. See how Buddha explained this. Look at this. Why Buddha? No wonder Buddha is the wisest one. Awakened. See what Buddha explained. Nete kama yani chitrani loke sankapparago purisassa kamo tittanti chitrani tateva loke. My friends, I have to say something. If you read any English or even Sinhala or any other translation of this Tripitaka, Pali Canon, you usually see beautiful pictures or beauties. Why? Obviously, most of these translators are not they don't understand math or science, right? That's normal. Okay. Now, but if somebody say, no, it cannot be 2D frames, it is just beautiful sensual pleasures, you are obviously insulting the wisdom of the intelligence of Buddha. I don't think Buddha just did not understand 2D frames. If science can understand, Buddha should have understood it 1,000 times better. No question about it. Okay, so I kept this because I highlighted it in red, but I believe these 2D frames. Remember 2D frames, I highlighted this 3 frames. Question, what you hang on the walls. Okay, so passion is, okay, or karma is passion. Our passion is what is, passion is not the sensuality, what you see or you feel. it is your what? Passion is sankappa, your thoughts, concepts, thoughts. Okay, sankappa is the karma. What really there is chitra, 2D frame. Okay, now I'm going to move forward. I will discuss this very briefly to save my time for the rest of the discussion. Okay, now look at this picture. Now this is the level of pizza. My friends, that's what we call patsa, contact. Okay, that's the contact level. So whenever you see this picture, without even thinking on what comes to your mind immediately, you just see a picture, right? That is a 2D frame level. But your mind does not stop there, right? After that, your mind starts analyzing it. Now, people who understand colors, see different colors, okay? Who is familiar with this street view, this is probably New York, their previous experiences, if they have visited, comes to their mind. Now think about a person who does not understand English. He or she doesn't have any idea what it is. But for you and me, we know that's a coffee shop. I bet some of you need a coffee right now. See, Sankaparago Pulchasakama. That's come. It is not in the picture. Where it came from your Sankappa, your mind. Okay, concepts. And plus, if somebody now, I want to see the same picture bring happy feelings as well as the other side. So hateful, but whatever it's called. Okay, sorry about the vocabulary about Buddhism. Anyway, so somebody who loves city life may be thinking of missing it. Obviously, we are living under pandemic. Somebody desperately want to go there, but people like me who like quiet areas may not like this when you see it, right? He may be liking somewhere like West Virginia, who want to live quiet life. Okay, so see, different concepts, different feelings come just by looking at the same picture. Sankaparago Purisasakam. I just this 2D frame. Now, I think let me explain this very fast to move into the more important discussion. Now, look at two people. This is a flatlander living in 2D frame. That is you and me. I want you to show this for a reason, my friends. Okay. Now, if you give enough papers to stack on this table, let's assume that this is the size of a paper, like A4 paper. Okay. This flatlander can just lay or place 4 papers. That's all space this person has. Now, make no mistake, the flatlander is on this table too, right there. Okay, the flatlander can place only 4. How many papers you can place there? You can place thousands, hundreds and thousands. Why? Because you can stack it, right? You have the third dimension. If you talk to this flatlander and tell that flatlander that I place thousands, hundreds of thousands of paper, will this person believe it? Absolutely not. Why? Because this person cannot see it. It is beyond his perception. You see? So sometimes we argue the same silly way, right? We try to argue that everything what we see is real. We don't want to trust anything else. You can see, my friends, we are very poor beings. We only know 3 dimensions. There are more out there, even based on science. Okay, so this flatlander, just like us, doesn't trust anything beyond our eyes. Now, I'm going to show one more thing because this is important too. This is how a 4-dimensional being seen by us. Just like the flatlander, we have no idea about what the 4th dimension is. 4th dimension is something perpendicular to our world. Okay. Now, I'm going to move this forward a little bit. If somebody go to the 4th dimension, how we see this? Look at this. He simply disappears. Haven't you, if you have read Tripitaka, Pali Canon, haven't you seen these kind of stories? The deities come to in front of the people, then disappears. Okay, you can see what happened. They don't disappear, they don't go anywhere. They just disappear because they go to their dimensions, just beyond our dimensions. All right, now let's move on. This is important. This is the end of my discussion, obviously. The last part, probably the most important part of all discussion so far. Now, this is Einstein's relativity, space-time continuum, as Einstein described. My friends, Albert Einstein saw the world as past, present, and future too. but it is not the mundane view. It was a refined view. Okay. Now, what is this cone, as you know here? Remember, based on relativity, obviously quantum theory negates it. Relativity says that no one cannot reach or go beyond speed of light. But it is not the truth when it comes to quantum theory, because when you consider like quantum entanglement, it happens faster than speed of light. Or think about even Buddhism. Buddha and other Arhat monks move between different worlds within nanoseconds, right? They are in Sutta. So cannot reach speed of light is not very realistic when it comes to Dhamma or our Tripitaka. Anyway, let's forget about that part. But there is a very validity here. Now look how Einstein explained this scenario. These are two different people at the same time. Now look at these kind of rectangular shapes. What are these? These are two different planes. Two different planes. Why? Remember, that is what we call space. We are three-dimensional beings. In 3 dimensions, we always identify, we always experience 2 dimensions, right? That's why Einstein explained everything based on planes, 2 dimensions. So that is you, and this is me. Now, this is, what is this little line? Einstein called it spaghetti of time. What is this? That is the time. Let's say this is from the beginning of the day. You had your own time schedule. You woke up, probably did something, and right now you are here. And this is my timeline. I had my own timeline too. Okay, right now we have met at the same time. This is me, that is you. That's how we met. For an example, if you want to meet your friend tomorrow at the mall, can you just phone your friend and say, hey, meet me at the mall tomorrow? It doesn't work that way. Why? Because you may go to the mall in the morning, your friend may go in the evening, right? You don't meet. To meet each other, you need to give the location and the time. That is what we call space and time. Actually, the concept is more advanced than that. But let's understand that way. Now, even for Einstein, this is not a significant time interval. That's just a moment. Okay? That is past, this is future, this is the present moment, what we are meeting right now. All right. Now, look at this, because I hope this will be easy to understand than the previous diagram. This is the rectangular shape, or this picture is what we call the 2D plane, your space. This vertical red line is what we call time frame, time dimension. Okay, you can see this person is moving forward. Why? You can see this timeline is moving forward, right? By the pictures. So you see different time, your different frames and different time limit, time units. Okay. Now, what happens if you put this together? Now, where is this being recorded? Is this happening out there in the world beyond you? No. Okay. Every minute or every 30 seconds, milliseconds, I showed you that at the beginning. That's how much time your eye need to capture a picture, 30 milliseconds. Every 30 milliseconds, your eye capture a picture. In different pictures, this person is at different places, right? This is space and time. Now, don't think this happened out there. It happened, this record happened inside your mind, okay? And when it combines, your mind creates this moving flow. That's what we call the Panchapadanaskandha in Buddhism, the moving world. And what is this? Different time frames. That's what we call skandha level, aggregates and clinging aggregates. And why we see this moving world? Because of your clinging, right? You cling to each frame, your mind, and it created a moving person. That is relativity and more deeply Dharma. Now, let me stop here and explain a little further, because this is very important. This is the dependent origination. My friends, each of these frames is what we call contact, passa, the 2D frame. Sankaparago, Purisasakamo, Tittanti Chitrani, Chitra, 2D frames, what we call passa. Okay, now look at this line. That is the Einstein's timeline. Now, Buddhism doesn't explain anything about time. And what is this? What creates this? Remember, in Buddhism, the craving is called sibbani. Sibbani means thread. Okay, tanha sibbani. Sibbani means the thread. you can see it's just almost, I mean, there are certain spaces here. When it comes to the speed of this, you can even separate this. They are almost like stick glue to each other. Okay, so what is connecting this? Your craving. That's why it's called craving leads to, when craving arises, clinging arises, right? But Saupada. And what is this clinging? Upadana. Clinging is the glue which attach each of these. Who attach this? You think that's you? No, it's a process. Okay, the glue. Then when you glue everything, use not you, my bad. There is no person here. Buddhism doesn't use a person. There's no. This is not active. This is passive. Okay, make no mistake. So clicking glue it, tanha connects it. Okay, what you have is upadana, bhava. That's what we call bhava. Okay, see how advanced Buddhism is. That's actually very high level of relativity, right? Okay, let's move on. Now, you know what, I'm going to let you read this later. So this is what Einstein said about past, present, and future. This is actually a real story. He wrote this to one of his very good friends, Vesak, who taught him the geometry, because Einstein was not very good at mathematics at the beginning. His friend, he's an engineer. He taught him mathematics, the geometry, to define his relativity. So when he died, he wrote to the widow. Look at this. People like us who believe physics know the distinction between past, present, and future. It's only a stubborn, persistent. He thought it's a persistent, though, illusion. All right. Now, where science get things wrong? Remember, I mentioned at the beginning, we are going to discuss different views, right? So far, we saw the convergences of science. What are the differences? Why Buddhism is 1,000 miles ahead of science? That's what we are going to focus now, because this is the end of my discussion. I know I talked a little couple minutes more. Okay, so people who understand advanced science, again, my friends, we don't talk about general biology, physics, you name it. We don't talk about those. Okay, that is what we call old science, Newtonian science, classical mechanics. If you want to understand Buddhism, you don't see anything at that level. You need to get to relativity and quantum level. That's where the reality is. Okay, make no mistake. So now, people who understand advanced science also see everything as an illusion. We already saw, right? I proved you continuously that what we see is an illusion. It is established. Okay, so there's a convergence there. Now, the illusion, we call the word, but science community and others think this illusion exists out there independent of me. Yes, it is based on my observation, but it is a persistent objective reality out there. That's how they see it. Okay. Now, this view has a very significant flaw. I mean, this is the confusion and problem even relativity and quantum theory has. I mean, relativity works really well, extremely well. Remember, we are even controlling rovers in Mars these days. So one can say it doesn't work. And quantum theory works really well too. Now, actually, it's more and more people start using quantum theory. Recently, I learned that even biology people now relate quantum theory, quantum entanglement to bird migration and photosynthesis. Yes, being more applicable now once people understand what it is. So both are valid fields, but there is a conflict. They cannot connect it. What is the problem? Now, I showed you how quantum field works based on Buddhism. The problem is their mithya ditti or wrong view. Remember, anybody outside of who understand Dharma, Buddhism, consider everything as mithya. It's permanent. And sukha, as well as the most important part, is the last part, the idea of permanent soul. Because we always think, I see something, I am here. This idea of soul. That is where this confusion happens. Okay. Now, I don't think I have to explain, but I will explain this one any further because Bhikkhu Bodhi as well as our Bhante Ji explained it brilliantly. Anicca Dukkha Anatma. Okay, so I will leave that part to save my time. But this is important because science has future, right? But is this the same as Buddha said? That is important to understand. My friends, no, it is not. Absolutely not. Buddhism is unimaginable, much ahead of modern science, any science. I don't think science will ever match it. That's my personal belief. Okay, look at this, just the highlighted part, save my time. Yadatitam pahinantam appatitancha anagatam. Let the past has already left. It's gone. Future has not come yet. Pachupanna is not present moment. Make no mistake. Pachupanna means dependently co-originated. Okay, let me explain this tiny bit. That is what we call Pachupanna, right there in red. Imas means sati idam hoti, imas uppada idam uppajjati. Imas means asati idam nahoti, imas niroda idam nirojjati. But Bhanteji explained this brilliantly. I heard, I think Bhikkhu Bodhi did it so brilliantly too. I'm not going to explain this. This is where our focus should be. Remember that photon again, Namarupa level. Okay, it arises and ceases. That is the reality, including at the scientific science base. But the problem is we don't see it. Even science community doesn't see it. Why? Because of this issue. We think it is permanent. We see a pizza out there. As far as you are clinging into it, you will never ever see the reality. You see, that is where science gets things wrong. Other than that, you can see, my friend, this is what I want you to understand. Reality is reality, whether it is based on Buddhism or science, right? And science is probably the closest thing to the reality in mundane view. They try to understand it. If they are wrong, they will be the first to admit it too. They never hide. There are mistakes. We know that. Okay, so Pachupanna is this moment. How you do that? Mindfulness, and most importantly, our Bhanteji mentioned it brilliantly, Yoniso Manasikara. That is where the Dhamma is. Yoniso Manasikara. Again, I don't know how to explain this in English, so I will not do that. Okay, so how do you not let what's called unborn whatever? Okay, for Bhanteji. Explain later. Okay, so now we discussed time. I promise you, I'm going to stop this in 2 minutes now. Okay. Now, how ancient Buddhist view of space-time, Einstein's relativity. My friends, there is no space-time based on Buddhism. Why? Because there is no time. Now, we call something time, right? I bet most of you are looking at your time because I'm talking too much, probably. Okay. So what is this time? Time is completely a concept or concept in your mind, what we call sankhara. Okay, it is a mundane term based on your ignorance. Actually, everything is a sankhara. And how would they explain it? I already told you that's a pachupanna, what ceases and arises at present moment. Paticcasamuppanna, dependently co-originated. Okay, now again, I will skip this part because our Bhantes explained this. I'm not capable of doing what they did, obviously. So Buddha's explanation is based on the Buddhist doctrines, noble truth, okay, three sides of existence, tilakkhana, okay, then empirical existence, as our Bhantes explained, 5 aggregates, 5 senses, okay, and dependent origination. That's it. Now, I'm going to finish this after this, okay? So Buddha, now remember we started with Sabba Sutta, right? Sabba, all. Now this is the last one, Loka Sutta. Buddha as monks, I will teach you the origin of the world and ending of the world. Listen and pay close attention. And what is this world? The world, dependent on eyes and forms, there arises eye consciousness. In Pali, it says, Chakkuncha paticca rupecha upaddi chakku vijnanam tinnang sangati passo. Okay, dependent on eyes and forms arises eye consciousness, passa. And meeting 3 is contact. What is this contact? Based on science, that's a 2D frame. Okay, from contact as a requisite condition comes feeling, vedana. Okay, actually, this is where all the trouble happens from here. So, from feeling as a requisite condition comes craving. Remember craving, that thread, what we call time. Okay, putting everything together. And craving as a requisite condition comes clinging. Remember the glue connected our word, right? The different two different, and clinging as the requisite condition comes becoming the bhava. I hope you remember the gentleman who was walking, right? Created by two different. That's what it is. And from becoming as a requisite condition comes birth. Now, this birth can be your actual birth or the birth of any senses as well. Because in the present moment, this birth is your eye, ear, or whatever six senses. Okay? Whenever birth arises, all the suffering follows. That's it. That's the end of it. You know what? I'm going to skip this. Okay? So let's stop here at this one. If you want, I can describe this if somebody has a question. Other than that, that's it, everyone. Any questions or? If not, okay. So first of all, I thank you, Bhante Ji, and all our most venerable monks for the participation as well as for giving me this chance. And thank you, everyone, for listening to this talk. And may all living beings be happy, peaceful, and out of sorrow. And may all attain Nibbana. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you very much, Professor Chintaka Hetitantri. I think today, whole day is spent in focusing on the teachings of the Buddha and different views, different angles. And now we got a wonderful chance with Professor Chintaka. Thank you very much your time and your Dharma knowledge shared with us. This is wonderful moment for everybody. Everybody means our participants who are coming from different places. Sometimes some people I saw they are participating from Singapore, Malaysia, Indonesia, and China, Sri Lanka, and also from UK. All over the world, people got a chance to listen to Dharma, to celebrate in the Buddha's birthday, Buddha's day. So now it is time to end up our program, Vesak program, sponsored by Bhavana Society. I would like to use this opportunity to share my merits with others. First of all, who are behind us supporting to perform these meritorious deeds, and they sacrifice their time and energy to have this wonderful session to come to benefits for everybody around the world. As you know, Bhavana residents and Bhavana office manager and all others who are supporting us to fulfill these responsibilities. Thank you very much for you all. And particularly today, we got a wonderful opportunity to listen to Venerable Bhikkhu Bodhi. This is a kind of very important opportunity that we had today in our program. We would like to share merits with the Venerable Bhikkhu Bodhi. By the power of all these merits and metta thoughts, may he be well, happy, and peaceful. All his wishes come true by the power of these merits and metta thoughts. Having that aspiration, let us share metta with the Bhikkhu Bodhi, saying sadhu, sadhu, sadhu. Also, Professor Chintaka and all participants and supporters who are behind me and helping us in different ways to be success this program. Your success, your energy, your kind supports is the most important to be success this program. So I would like to share merits with you all. By the power of these merits and metta thoughts, may you all be well, happy, and peaceful. You all can join with me, make wishes, particularly these days. We all are facing some kind of difficulties around the world. Thinking of all these difficulties and making all our wishes, let us share merits with me. You all can join with me. By the blessings that have arisen from my practice, may my venerable preceptors and teachers who help me mother, father, and relatives, male and female rulers, worldly powers, virtuous human beings, the higher beings, demons and high gods, the guardian deities of the world, celestial beings, the Lord of death, friendly people, indifferent and hostile, may all beings be well. May the skillful deeds done by me bring you threefold bliss. May this quickly bring you to the deathless. By means of these meritorious deeds, and through this aspiration, may I quickly attain cutting off craving and clinging. Whatever faults I have until I am liberated, may they quickly perish. Wherever I am born, may there be an upright mind, mindfulness and wisdom, austerity and vigor. May no harmful influences weaken my efforts. The Buddha is the unsurpassed protector. Dharma is the supreme protection. Fearless is the silent Buddha. The Sangha is my true refuge. By the power of these exalted ones, may I rise above all defilements. By means of these meritorious deeds, may I never join with the police. May I join always with the wise until the time attain Nibbana. May the suffering be free from suffering. May the fear struck be free from fear. May the grieving be free from grief. So too may all beings be. From the highest realms of existence to the lowest, may all beings arisen in these realms, with form and without form, with perception and without perception, be released from all suffering and attain to perfect peace. Excellent, excellent, excellent. Thank you very much. And one announcement, tomorrow we don't have evening session, but we have morning session with Bhante Ji. And since next week, we do have evening session Friday, Saturday, and Sunday, 6:30 to 7:30. We don't have Thursday evening session. So Bhante Ji's morning session, it means Saturday and Sunday morning session will be conducted same as 10 a.m. in the morning to 11 a.m. Friday, Saturday, and Sunday, 6:30 to 7:30 evening session would be. Okay, thank you very much. Then we will meet again in another time.